Good morning, good afternoon. Hello, UniVersus community. We are here for the Alicante, Spain regional. It is really early for me. I am sorry if I'm a little out of it. I got myself, Jesse Cervini, joined right now by David Toombs.
Hey,
Our
Jesse, how are you doing this morning?
morning. I'm doing all right. I got my caffeine in me. And it's starting to kick in.
Yeah, I've got my caffeine here with me as well, and I'm ready for some awesome universes. We just had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles drop, and so it might be a little early to fully see everything in the set on this event, but I'm sure that we're going to see a little bit of a meta shift, and we saw a massive meta shift in Louisville, where backup decks really became the star of the show. What are your thoughts leading to this first event, the first major event in Spain?
I'm ready to see a new look on the format. Like every time we get into a new region, and we get like a local. We always get essentially it's a local meta appears out of these events, and I mean we got an idea. We already seen how many decks. There's 9 Godzillas, right? Like that's like there's some big stompy lizards running around this event. And let me tell you, that's a great. Like I said, I've always implied that Godzilla is a great out of the box deck character. You just need it's a deck and you upgrade it. You just keep upgrading it, and you're great. So I am not surprised by that at all. Uh, we actually found a TMNT character for round one because we were like, some people are a little still testing, still trying to figure out how to build some of these
Mhm.
characters because some of them are not as straightforward as an automatic deck. I have like 3 decks of TMNT that I am trying to figure out right now myself. But it's really cool. It's been such an interesting change in the deck building. Adding a lot more attuned on certain symbols has really changed up a lot of decks for me.
Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles right now, it's a puzzle to solve. A lot of these characters are not obvious on face. I mean, so take for example Godzilla. Godzilla is a very meta, beginner friendly character. Makes a lot of sense to have high representation at almost all events. I think Godzilla was high representation at Louisville too. Godzilla is almost always guaranteed to be 10% of the field bare minimum. Um, but if there's anybody in Mutant Ninja Turtles that can piece together a puzzle, it's going to be April, the investigative journalist. And we've got April here for round one, making her competitive UniVersus debut against Big Cat, Biako on the other side. What are your thoughts on this?
These are like the April is a really interesting character. Slow and steady is my best way to describe this character. You are just objective. I think you're playing on the block for days line. That's always how I consider this character. You want to just play like there's a lot of times where it's a slow mill, it's a lot of digging, it's a lot of trying to take advantage of uh how well my opponent built their deck. It
Mhm.
comes down to because I enjoy that little part of like, hey, you're playing a lot of certain checks. I'm going to take advantage of it. Plus, I get a lot of fun reviews, so you get to take advantage of like the edge shot hit a little bit, such with seeing one of the edge shots like solid foundations to lead off with. Because I will happily get in there with a number 4 pro hero and just review and build it during my
Mhm.
turn.
Well, and one of the things that April does so well is you can really lean into the mill strategy with this character because every single attack you get to force your rival to at least mill one. And April gets the void symbol, which is probably the best mill symbol in the game at the moment.
Mhm.
Lurker Strike, which can remove 2 cards from a rival's discard pile, is an ally attack.
Yep.
Can kind of work well with this with her static of your checks to play ally attacks get +1. Um, yeah, I'll be honest. This is going to be my first game of April to watch.
Yeah. Uh, I am seeing I won't lie. I played in a more than a few pre-releases for this set, and through 3 different events, somebody got April and opened Scumbug, the inscrutable insect, in their pools. And let me tell you, April plus that card really speeds up the mill plan.
I can imagine that the mill strategy goes pretty hard in a pre-release event with 40 card decks.
Oh, it does. But but this deck's very like looking over what we got here. Like we got the lurking strikes. We got the sweeping daggers involved as well. Like we're kind of like this is a very slow and steady strip the deck design.
Yeah, and speaking of Scumbug, here it comes out. Secret rare backup. All the secret rares in Ninja Turtles were backups, and they're all elusive, meaning that the rival cannot use their first attack to target the backup. And this is going to, every single enhance, you can look at the top card of a player's deck. You may have that player mill 1. So now on every attack, April is forcing you to mill 2. That can kind of work in Byaku's favor here for the big early game. Byaku's going to get to 30 cards in discard pretty quickly. But then April could also force Byaku to mill and cycle, and that's not going to be good for Byaku in the long term.
Yeah. Plus, we got to build out one of my favorite new pieces of control for out of TMNT, code edits. I like Blitz have a new foundation with Blitz cancel on it, and it's not like it's just a flip. Perfect. Love that card.
Yeah, early on with blitzes, we didn't see very many cancels, and it feels like we're reaching a pretty healthy mass of blitz cancels at this point. Looks like Byaku's choosing to continue to build out, taking his time. We have a massive size in our stage. Now we're going to get a split body control to give us a little bit of stage control. I don't see anything that jumps out. Maybe the code edits. Oh, we're going on attack third, and we check the 6.
Trust your deck, and you never lose.
What do you think the reasoning is to play Electric Moth third here and not first?
I think it's a line of we're just gonna play it and see. I have been told with a lot about this region is some people like to guarantee their foundations before, like, especially when they're like not going on a kill turn. So and sometimes they'll just be like, I want to build these 2 foundations, and we'll see if it's attack if I check well for this attack or not. I was told by some people that were doing some testing at the event yesterday were telling me it's like they have some play styles you'll see on stream, I bet. I'm like, what's one of them? It's like sometimes they play attacks in weird spots, but they always check well, it seems. So
well, they weren't wrong.
No.
Goes for it on a 6, checks the 6. We'll see April here be able to force Byaku to mill 1, and if Byaku mills another 6, they're going to be down a card in their hand.
There we got the other Electric Moth here, so we'll draw another card. We're fine with that. We'll take free draws.
Right, and split body control and the no move foundation, those are a little higher difficulty. So I can see the line of reasoning of if I check a 3 on this Electric Moth, I'm perfectly fine just failing it.
Yeah, I think we're just pestering here. It's like, I think we're coming in with a block with
the rising uppercut.
Yup.
Going to get to effectively reversal in retro terms. Play this attack on a rival's turn, meaning that April and Scumbug get to force Byaku to mill 2 more cards on their own turn.
Yep. We'll happily play this attack on their turn, get another value draw here. Like get a peek. Because now we're getting to the point where against a Byaku where you're just trying to get their deck to cycle as quickly as possible. Because they're like, well, they're already plus 30. I gotta do as much as I can here.
Yeah, Rising Uppercut. This is definitely a card that I didn't really expect to be in an April deck. It's not an ally attack. So it doesn't just like jump off the page, but that static on it, when you try to block a non-ranged high attack, reduce that attack speed to 4, and it's got a 0 high block, it can come in pretty clutch.
Yeah. And then the drive is solid. Like that is this is like it's like this one and the Kika show. Like those two, like I get to if the right things happen, I get to play an attack on not my turn. I love it. It's like they're testing the waters. I like the feel right now with these cards.
Yeah, this has been a lot of value for April. Like playing the Electric Moth almost seems like it's been more beneficial for April than it has been for Byakko.
It's like we're a stack of beast summoning. Got the original beast summoning here. You definitely see like they're looking at like what card is that? That doesn't look like the right frames. Yeah, I know what you're looking for. But we're just kind of posturing with this. Like, this attack is just I want another enhanced step during your turn. That's what we want from it.
Right. Yeah. Effectively forces the rival to mill another 2. We're just ending our turn there. So stacking that beast summoning is interesting. Are we effectively telling April we're not blocking anything?
Yeah. But here's the thing is, April plays 1 attack and that beast summoning's gone.
Right. And milling a 3 means that it's going to be drawing a card for April.
Yep.
Was that Byakko that purposely stacked the beast summoning? It definitely feels like it's playing right into April's hands here.
Well, we're like I said, we're looking for a line here for this. We're doing what we know is the best move. I'm surprised, sometimes you go for these draw. I'm surprised we just didn't activate Fearsome and just immediately draw that beast summoning.
Yeah, I suppose it could make sense in that you want to make sure you're using if you're playing against a mill character like April, yep, you should definitely be pressing your once per turn button every turn to get an extra card on top of your deck. To stave off the cycle for as long as possible. But I don't think I would have stacked a 3. Mutant Mashup. Now this one's really, really cool. Ultra rare from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It says that April gets to add an attack with difficulty of 4 to her hand. And Lurker Strike is the ally attack to grab. And Lurker Strike, if you reviewed an action, it draws you a card. If you reviewed an asset, you get to remove 2 cards selectively from your rival's discard pile. I think we reviewed an asset. I'm not sure about that, though.
But the problem was there was no 4 different less ally attacks in the discard pile to grab.
Ouch.
We hadn't found one yet. So we were trying. This is just it's a 5/5 that you have +1 of the check. Remember, because it's an ally attack. Because you're April. So right, you check a 5, it's good. You're just like, okay, check a 5, see if I can go find that Lurker Strike. If I don't find it, but it's all right.
And bare minimum, we get that beast summoning off the top.
Yeah. It looks like we also got our Gargantuan off the top. I don't think those that's another thing we don't want to deal with. Like this deck is like this is a deck that is one of the ones I'm kind of in the pink on with April. And you just kind of have to tempo through a storm is the best way to describe this character. You're just going to be like, I'm going to take advantage just enough to get you to cycle. Once you get to the cycle and you've done a couple stripaways from their deck, they start to get scared. Your opponent can start to get scared pretty quick. I think you take the hit. You're like, yeah, you got a momentum and let's build.
Yeah, good time to Mutant Mashup isn't with no 4 difficulty attacks in the discard pile. It's not I wouldn't say it was the best poke, but any poke there was good because Byakko was positioning themselves as we're not blocking anything. So
yeah,
between the Rising Uppercut hitting and the Mutant Mashup hitting, that's 9 damage off of Byakko's health.
Now we're kind of looks like we're about to looks like we have an electric ball. So it looks like we're leading off with one this time. Check a 3. We're trying to. I think we're just starting to like. Here's the thing: is we've hit the 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we've hit the magic 8. So this is a discard 1, draw 3. Which anybody who plays electric buff knows this is this is where the magic happens.
Yeah, this is where the card goes from good to great.
Yeah. But you're not gonna. The thing is, against April, you're not. Especially with April and a Scumbug, it's gonna be really hard to draw that card you stack ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm playing Yako, my first round opponent's April, you're just like, yeah, that happened.
I think April's in a pretty comfortable defensive position here.
Oh yeah.
Byako's attacks don't get overly fast. April's got double incubating, battle for dominance. Like there's enough. April doesn't give minus speed on face, but since Byako's also not pumping speed, it should be comfortable enough to get several blocks in. And April on her character is going to be drawing cards.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we are gonna. Oh, we just built 3 more attacks there too. We did both our mills, and they were both 3. There were just 6 attacks just built up the top.
Yeah, April is more than happy to see Byako mill themselves.
Yeah, because right now we're just wanting the cycle. That's all. Like we're like, yep, you can stack away. And we'll get our. There's the stack, the once per turn stack.
Beast summoning makes sense. Now the void symbol gets lots of ways to remove those beast summonings to keep the loop from happening. But beast summoning has the secret buff of being an enhance, and so code edits cannot cancel it.
Nope. We flip the you draw, I draw. That's what we just flipped. It's the one of the newer. I got this one. I'm still trying to remember the name of. It's totally not jealous. Was just responded with by April. We go, oh, you drew. I'll draw a card as well. So we got the beat summon.
Yeah, and this April deck should almost never be hurting for cards in hand. And
Never.
even if we don't have, like we have the incubatings in stage, but since you're on the void symbol, you're almost guaranteed to be playing barrier shield as well, if anything does get over the top. Blocking with the lurker strike. It's a 2-high block. Check the 5, commit nothing.
Yep.
That's the downside of Electric Moth and Beast summoning in Byako. You know, they overcome your 5 hand size problems, but they're not doing anything for your blockability problems because they're 3 speed.
3 on this beast summoning. And well, we're very close to cycling here. So I think the best step, I think our hope here is, oh yeah, we got don't we have breaker from
Lurker strike does have breaker. I'm trying to remember if it's lurker only though.
Yeah, I thought it's lurker only. Yeah, it's lurker. I think there's disgusting. It's lurker only. Oh, yep.
They should make April a lurker.
But we're gonna put some damage on this, and yeah, we're just like I said, we are trying to get Byako to cycle here. So, like, I'd be paying the health, and I'd be paying I'd be activating all the buttons, and like pick up your beast summon, lose some health here. There we go.
I'm trying to find out what happened to the code edits.
And what the code edit is,
because there hasn't been a blitz played this turn.
It was flipped by Byako for the Byako effect.
Oh, okay. That I'm sorry. Over here it's 3:30 in the morning. We're playing Byako. Okay. April's comfortable stage gets flipped real quick. All right. Yeah, I'm I'm with it now. Every attack that Byakko plays, even if they all get blocked, we're taking down April's stage one at a time.
Mm-hmm. Like we're trying to set, like we are definitely trying to set up the comfortable double overhead hammer fist line eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what we're aiming for. I think we have two in hand. I think we have at least one in hand. I'm pretty because they're XRs. So we're trying to set it up here. We're like, all right, eventually you'll have all face downs, and this comes in for your health, your health total.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was trying to think of, what is Byakko's out here, because so far April's been putting on a clinic, right? It feels like everything's been going April's way. So what's Byakko's out? And it's definitely that overhead. What is it again? Double overhead fist bash.
Double overhead hammer fist.
Double overhead hammer fist. All right.
It's a muscular card from the League of Villains.
Yeah, it's unblockable if your opponent's stage is completely flipped face down. Or we could just slowly take out April through throws and just hope that the void symbol has plenty of throw hate, but do you have it in hand, and just hope that April doesn't have it. And April's not one of these 6-handers with 34 health, similar to a lot of Attack on Titan characters. She's a 6-hander with a respectable 27 health.
Yeah, like there's a lot of options here. The biggest thing I'm liking about looking at this Byakko list and look at what's been revealed so far, he's playing Unrelenting Advance. That is one of the cards from Attack on Titan Apocalypse. Every time I read that card, I'm like, I'm gonna find a deck for this. I think this card just scares people. It's like, please block this. Like, make it like you're just making you're just sending you're just lofting like 2 mid for 9 and 2 mid for 9. You're like, do you want to block this, or you want to find something else, or do you want me to go find the better card? Because I can find better cards.
Well, here we see the overhead hammer fist, and we saw the split body control come in to get an extra flip. This is not going to become unblockable. I have to imagine that it was kind of our only attack in hand, and so we just want to keep flipping April's stage here to keep April within range of making these unblockable in the future. Definitely the best finisher on Byakko's side. And there was 3 straight attacks on the mill there.
Yep. We're going to cycle. We're just all we're doing right now is just putting stats on this. That's a perfectly fine play here, which is like throw stats on this and just send it in our opponent's direction.
Yeah, this is getting scary for Byakko, though. We're losing our ability to stack, and we are also losing our ability to basically use Byakko, because Byakko requires that you mill 3 for the damage pump. So it's getting to the point where on future attacks, it's going to be a question of, do I mill or do I not?
I don't lie, I'm enjoying the scumbug mini game that's happening over here. You're just like, do I want to leave this on top? You're like,
Yeah, and 4 cards, 5 cards off the top already. Milled a 4, so we're drawing. Or it should be reviewing, right?
Yeah, we're reviewing. I mean, there's not a lot of review. Like I said, the big review trick of the deck is number 4 pro here is like the really good review. Like, hey, if I reviewed this, I can build it out of nowhere. We'll take that.
Let me ask you this: if you were Byakko, would you have used either Beast Summoning or Hammer Fist to attack Scumbug to take it off the stage?
I would definitely try to get rid of that Scumbug. Like, there's not a lot of threat like that. these new backups, especially these lose. I thought I was actually expecting one of the year the beast summon here that to come at that scumbug just to get it off the board. Is like I will lie, like a lot of people ignore back. There's some decks there people have been playing lately that's like you can ignore the backups except for like the good ones, but like scumbugs, I think isn't scumbug a 6 health if I remember correctly.
That sounds
Yeah, he's a 6. He's a 4. Yeah, 4 difficult. He's a 6 health backup. It's like I'm willing to give my opponent a card to get that off the board because when you have printed 6 damage attacks, like I would want to get rid of scumbug as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's going to net a momentum. I don't know the Byakko momentum outs off the top of my head. I guess the Gargantuan Grapple was there earlier. That could be one. But yeah, I mean, you save yourself several cards being milled. But at the same time, we wanted that overhead hammer fist to be blocked because it has the text of they have to flip a foundation as an additional cost to block. So that's why we see April with a single incubating here. So April, I think, in my opinion, making the very wise choice to build out here and get to 6 face-up foundations. This is going to put us into Deadlock. I think a lot of the best players in the game are not afraid to go into Deadlock. And then double joining the fight means that if Byakko's not blocking in the future, we get to remove cards.
Yeah. Joining the fight is like a very low, it's a low-key really good card for this deck. Like I said, we're playing sweeping daggers, lurkers, and that like just to strip cards out of the discard pile. So it's like, especially with a deck that self mills, I'm all for it. It's like, yep, we're just gonna find those beast summons and get rid of them.
Yeah, and all that work that Byakko did on the previous turn to flip April's stage, Byakko didn't get a build, didn't build any foundations after those 3 attacks. I was a little surprised by the choice not to build foundations because it means going into this turn, nothing's better for Byakko, really, in my opinion. I guess we got rid of some of the higher value defensive foundations from April. But we're going to get to flip 2 with Ensnaring Roots plus Byakko.
Yeah. And plus draw card. Plus we get to draw card ups with Roots. That's another thing about it. Like that will remove for cost and draw a card. Good old Supersonic Flight. Drawing cards even in not Rodan.
It is another 3-speed move, though. So it's.
I mean, that's Byakko. Like a lot of the Byakko players play like 1 throw, usually like 1 4x of a throw, and that's it. And everybody else, the rest of it's just like very efficient attacks.
Yeah, it's definitely doing a lot towards the overhead hammer fist strategy.
Gotta lock into it. We're that hammer fist is probably like I said, if we really should be at this point, the Byakko should be trying to get rid of that scumbug. Like you have to put your second attack destroy should be getting rid of that scumbug because it's just speeding up the mill out so much here.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I like this one, -2 speed to all future rival attacks.
Yep.
Kind of making up for the fact that this April deck wants to play a long game but doesn't have speed hate on face.
Good old wind barrier. All right, so we're gonna get in there with this beast summons. We don't care. We're like, yeah, this is -2 speed. You still gotta block this. Still,
yeah.
I want to take an attack here. Get rid of the scumbug.
And if he gets to loop beast summoning just a little bit, April's down to 4 face-up foundations. This will make it 3. Because in my opinion, Byakko's out here is 100% just the overhead hammer fist.
Yeah.
April hit the 3 check, which means she gets to draw a card.
Yeah, that's the one thing about April that it's so valuable is the amount of additional cards that deck sees. You're just like, well, like you could pass turn sometimes with 1, 2 cards and be like, all right, if you do anything, I have a good chance I would at least see other cards. And
Hmm.
if your mills are terrible and you build a lot of attacks, I just straight up draw cards. I've also just seen somebody in one of my games that's been testing with April recently. My opponent like did 3 mills in a row and they were all 6 checks. So it was like, please discard your hand. Your deck hates you.
Yeah, this seems interesting. What are all the ways that April has outs to the Hammerfist? I mean, Genkai's Guidance kind of comes to mind as my.
I mean, right now it's like we're trying to weather. We have a Genkai's Guidance to weather the storm here. We could Filled with Doubt and Seal. And
Filled
we
with
are
Doubt. That's a good one.
Filled with Doubt is, you know, I love and hate that card so much, but that's just me. I see people play. There's some decks that just play 3 with a straight face, even in like 6 hand size characters with no card advantage. Oh, here comes a Donnie's bow staff here.
Breaker 2.
I like this card. This is an asset that I am happy to see play. Like it's like I like the idea of just build it. If like you find a way to build it that's not playing it for turn, and you're just like, I'm just gonna Breaker 2 eventually. We're
Yeah,
playing
and
Thunderous Roar here.
I like the design space of the zero diff. Instead of being a foundation, it's being an asset.
Yep.
And basically only having a non-block effect. Uh, I think zero difficulty Breaker 2. It's pretty hard to pass that up.
Yeah. All right, so we got the Thunderous Roar now on the board finally. That's I think we really needed for a few turns because we need a way to get something to connect now, and I think we're the amount of face downs in April stage are now getting to that critical number where it's like, all right, this is plus a lot of speed.
Yeah,
And maybe it's going to be plus a lot more speed.
Thunderous Roar starts telling April, you need to have a barrier shield in your hand.
Yes. Which they're playing 4 of. Because there's the and now you got normalcy.
Yeah, that is another pretty good out here. Not quite as wide of a build as maybe I'd like to see, but 6 face-up foundations is not the worst. I like that critical role card here in April specifically. It's Cornered Dagger Master. Basically, it commits for 2 speed, but if your rival's milled during that attack, it also gets 2 damage. So commit for +2/+2. Not the worst. We're going to be trying to get things to hit for joining the fight so that we can remove cards from their discard pile, or in a pinch, gives us a little bit of ability to actually kill someone the real way.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming in with a unrelenting advance here, and we are just going to be. We're about to just start build. We got to keep continuing the flip here, but the problem is we're still just doing 6 cards. Like almost every attack, we're building 7 cards here, and it's like it's starting to add up.
Yeah, the unrelenting advance is kind of a funny one in this matchup because if we block it, it kind of helps April because then Byakko has to mill until they find an attack. And if April's been removing attacks, then that mill could be 3, 4, 5 cards.
Yep. Like I don't think if I'm playing the April deck right now and I'm looking at this points board, I don't really need to remove anything. I'm more of I just need this to block. As long as I keep blocking and I just mitigate damage as much as possible, the Byakko is gonna kill itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the strategy of the self. Like I love self mill characters. I've had a lot of them always somehow find their way into my play style, And when you're playing a self mill deck and you're playing against a mill deck, you're like, your clock is so scary sometimes because you might
Mhm.
just be out of cards before you know it.
This has been a fun matchup because in some ways Byakko feels very scary for April, and in other ways April feels very scary for Byakko. April really doesn't want her stage being touched, and Byakko really doesn't want his deck milling out faster because, yeah, we're only like 5 cards or so away from a cycle. After this second cycle, I don't think Byakko's ever going to be able to stack again.
We're at a moment of normalcy and put this back to printed damage, I assume. And we're just gonna take it. Like, yeah, I'll take 5.
I would have blocked. Um,
I
I
I
understand it though. I
yeah,
do understand it. You don't want them to find another attack.
especially because they could possibly have 5 hand size problem. Like, we knew they had the
Mhm.
beast, summoning in hand, but I'm always about being like, hey, maybe you just drew a bunch of foundations. I think we have to literally just pay and just pay the health and go pick up other summons right now because I think we're about to mill out again. We're up the cycle.
Yeah, I just I don't like the idea of taking the damage on that one when we know that gargantuan grapples are going to deal half as throws, and we know that eventually those hammer fists could be unblockable and hitting us. So we don't want, if he does play a hammer fist at the end of like a 5 attack string, got our stage completely flipped. We don't want that to be for lethal.
Yeah.
I think sometimes those attacks like unrelenting advance, I think even though your rival gets a benefit from you blocking, most of the times the right answer is still just to do it.
Yeah. All right. We're in the we're in the pestering mode. Like, this is actually the situation because now that normalcy's been used, I I'm willing to start checking for the yep, there we're just gonna mill 3 for the for Mickey Flip 1. And we're gonna cycle again. Now this is getting a little like we're on cycle number 2.
Yeah, this is not going to be a long beast summoning loop. Let's see how many attacks go out on this cycle. I see
4.
four left the deck here. Byakko decks are typically built a little larger than the 60 card minimum. But I don't think we can be working with probably more than 30 cards left.
Very likely here. We're gonna just pressure away. And like we're still just building, we're just like, I have to keep putting damage on this. I have to you're in a situation where I I think like once again, I'm still gonna stand at I think they should have at some point redirected something at the scumbug, especially something that's going to
Mhm.
defeat it, destroy it immediately on hit. Like give him the card and just let him do the thing. Because I
Yeah.
think that scumbug's gonna is like it's just an extra card is gonna add those add up. Like we're at if
Mhm.
scumbug gets activated 10 times, there's what's the line here? Oh, well,
There goes
spirit.
that beast summoning.
There's that beast summoning. Bye bye.
It is an interesting choice here because Dimensional Sphere is a full block by itself. And so if we choose to, we're not taking damage either way. A lot of times Dimensional Sphere is the throw hate. So now we've lost our throw hate in hand for Gargantuan Grapples. And by removing it, we've effectively given Byakko +1 to their checks for attacks for the rest of the turn. We could have chosen not to remove it to not allow Byakko to play on easier progressive difficulty, which Byakko's going in a little more. Um, I understand removing it for the mill plan. It's just kind of an interesting situation.
But look, we found another beast summoning. So
Yeah,
now
that
we
was
can use the one we picked up to get, like, we haven't lost a beast summon. That's our first only our only beast summon that's been removed is the one the Dimensional Spirit just hit. So we have a line here of look at there is all the beast summons are in the pot. All the other two they're in the discard pile. Like we're just gonna hold this together. This is one of those things where it's like we just keep playing beast. This is the old we just keep playing beast summoning and eventually we get there.
Yeah, Hammer Fist. This one's cost. You have to flip a foundation as an additional cost to block. We're only on 3 face ups.
And it's coming in.
Is he going to do it?
Oh yeah, we do it here.
You don't get +2 speed, right? You have to have 30 in your discard pile for that part.
Yeah, but we're at plus 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Plus 13 speed.
It would be scarier if I didn't spot a barrier shield in April's hand.
Yeah. It's like, well, I think it's time to it's like all you're doing is like, well, I think it's time to barrier shield.
Oh, it's a high attack. Just take the speed down to 4. That makes sense too.
It is a non-ranged. Like, oh, you have to. Doesn't he need to flip one?
Yeah, we flip one, we drive one.
Yeah.
Now we can play it as an attack.
And we're just gonna send it back at them. He's like, mill one. Oh, I get to draw another card. Ooh, a piece of candy.
All right. Yeah, then he's going to get to Scumbug Mill 1.
I think we're like, are they gonna be able to get to 30 cards in discard pile? Is the next question.
Yeah, I kind of was hard on April for taking Unrelenting Advance and not blocking it, but honestly, if April gets past this turn, it might just be lights out for Biako, so I do understand it. Because Biako finding a second Hammer Fist would have been really bad.
Yeah.
It looks like we're deciding whether or not we're actually going to block this 4 damage move.
Like this, like once again, this is the damage. I think the damage is kind of like, like you're not trying. You just try not. I think this April deck is. If you look at the damage across all the attacks this April deck has played, there's no real like kill condition outside of I'm just gonna keep blocking. You have to keep attacking me, and I'm just gonna keep blocking. It's like this is. I enjoy the level of control and you get to do with this April deck, and this seems like this is a deck that's like, man, this is a fun time at locals deck to be. I don't know if I don't know if I'd have the mindset to play. If I was playing like a 7-round event, it'd be a little tough to play in a 7-round event.
Yeah, the kill condition for April almost seems to be Sweeping Daggers. Like maybe you have a true 100% and I can Sweeping Daggers it and find something with some real damage here. Or the killing condition is your rival just keeps tapping out to try and kill you and they always leave themselves wide open.
Yeah.
So here's another interesting line playing the 0 diff. Oh, the 0 diff was a block. Never mind. That makes sense.
So we're just gonna get another foundation on the board. I mean, I won't complain. We got Shameless Haggler. Won't complain. That's a great card. I love it.
Yeah, that is not nothing. Unrelenting Advance. We do have a momentum now. I think the grapple is the only momentum out as far as I've as far as I've seen. The judge doing a good job correcting the order in which the cards go to the discard pile. Let's see if April plays an attack here or just continues to build out. I mean, April's almost not been allowed to play attacks too much this game because April has to build out their stage. We reviewed a soup, I believe. So this is going to get to remove 2 cards from their discard pile. Do you remove the Hammer Fists or the Beast Summonings? Which ones are you going for?
I think we remove the Beast Summons.
That would make sense. Let's see there.
All right, so we've done action and asset for Lurker.
It's a little hard for me to see the health total. I don't know. It's an interesting spot here where Byakko has to play for time as well, because if we allow the mill to happen, we've probably used up our time to grab a win. As soon as you recognize that you do not have the potential to kill, I think it's probably time to scoop. Although those hammer, having the hammer overhead fist, I understand not scooping. You could just kind of find yourself with a win randomly.
It looks like we're gonna take let's just get rid of the Hammer Fist. Like there is beast summonings in there. I think those are that, but I think the Hammer Fists are the best start. Like we got to draw. We drew a card because we reviewed an action off the mill, and then we got our asset review. So we'll take it.
Yeah, I in this game, April went first, correct? I believe they built first. They built the incubatings on that first turn.
Yes, they did go first.
I don't know. I just kind of think if Byakko scoops and goes first, I think Byakko could find a kill pretty early.
Oh yeah, especially like keeping, like we're playing for the hey, get you to, like, the thing is like the when you're playing against a control deck like this, like they just keep building. They're gonna play one attack that progresses their plan, like hey, a sweeping daggers, hey, a lurking strike, and then it's gonna build foundations.
Yeah, here comes the foundation build out. Getting to 5 face ups in stage. It's not as healthy as we've been in the past, but it's decent.
Yeah, I mean that Thunderous Roars is just plus 13 speed one time. That's all. The thing is, we have a normalcy now, so it's like we have to have a target. We really need a target flip right now.
Yeah.
The fact that we don't have 2 thunder, if we had 2 Thunderous Roars, we'd be in much better shape.
It looks like we have a single attack in hand right now, the Gargantuan Grapple. Maybe there's a second one. I can't quite tell.
They have a Beast Summoning.
And a Beast Summoning.
So they do have 2. The other 2 Beast Summonings are in the discard pile. The problem is, I think there's less than 10 cards in the deck.
Yeah, it's really hard to press the Byakko button. If we play Gargantuan Grapple and press Byakko for damage, I think we cycle and don't get those Beast Summonings.
Yeah. Right now, we just pay. I almost think we have. We get.
The other thing about Barrier Shield is that Byakko's not on many foundations, and so that Breaker 2 is pretty real.
Yep.
And Thunderous Roar is a commit cost.
Checking how many cards are left in deck. Like we're getting to that situation where you're like, we're gonna -1 speed.
Yeah, like are we actually gonna Byakko add damage to this Beast Summoning that we know is getting blocked?
No, we're gonna pay some life to go pick it up. I won't lie. When I've been playing Thunderous Roar or not beast summoning recently. I have been playing with my old ones just because it's so easy to find them. like oh, I gotta look for the sideways text card. I'm like, ah, there they are, found them. Always good to play those reprints.
I can't quite see the life totals. How much life is Byakko at after using beast
9.
summoning so many times?
I
At
believe
9?
9. I believe so.
Okay.
There we go. We're cycling again. Like I think this definitely is looking like a one and done game one at this point. Like I give Moxie to the Byakko deck player, because you're just like I don't want to give up. It's like, but diminishing returns are happening here.
Yeah, you don't want to give up, but you also don't want to say on your game 2, man, if I had 5 more minutes, I would have tied this round instead of taking a loss.
Mm-hmm.
A tie versus a loss can be all the difference. I mean, how many players do we have today total? It's a little under 50.
A little under 50.
So is the top cut 8 or 4?
Let's verify the full rules. We'll get all that up for you in just a moment. I believe it's top 8. I believe we're at least 32, so I think it's a top 8. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, if it's top 8, then in my opinion, top 8 in about a 50-player event, I don't think ties are super damaging as they would be in maybe other events. You know, when you have a 20% top cut rate instead of a 10% top cut rate. I think getting a tie over a loss is a pretty big deal. So Dimensional Sphere coming in here. It's nice.
This will be a top 4. We will be we're at 30. Top 8. Top 8 cut.
Top 8.
Yeah. 6 rounds to a top 8.
Yeah, in that case, ties are not going to be nearly as damaging. We've only got 2 cards in hand here as April, but I honestly think on that last cycle, it seemed like it was all foundations. So it makes me think that like Byakko's deck right now is majority attacks, and April would be drawing with her enhance.
Like we just used the momentum response on our Gargantuan here just to we get the card back into the discard pile. Because Gargantuan Grapple, like, hey, it's like has a lovely respond, on play, give it stun 2 or breaker 2. I mean, I love it for the breaker 2. I think that's the most annoying thing you could ever like. A throw deck randomly having a throw that has breaker 2 is quite annoying. I think we're now at I think we are definitely at the realization of we are almost out of a deck here. We're gonna keep trying. We're gonna press the numbers here.
Yeah, we have to hope against hope that a couple beast summonings can win us the game.
Yeah.
Has a beast summoning found its way to the discard pile yet? I haven't seen one.
Nope. We got one in hand, at least. But like I said, we activate every 3 cards. Like now we're just in that point of the game where it's like,
Yeah, I don't feel like we have the kill in hand, but Shameless Haggler also feels a little bad to use and mill yourself further, but I think maybe we'll have to use it here. Because this turn is pretty much do or die for Byakko. And I can't see the time on my end, so I don't know if
we got about 9 minutes.
Okay, because April does have to find this mill here before that 9-minute timer is done. Otherwise, Byakko's going to say, "Oh, I guess we drew."
I mean, I think we have to. We are almost at the. There's no more Hammer Fist. I wish there was like one Hammer Fist hiding away somewhere, so we could like maybe we have a line. But every 3 card, it's like every attack is mill 5 minimum.
Well, there's the beast summoning, so we at least get one more attack for free.
Yep. April is at 13. Just to also note at this moment.
Okay, so she's not exactly in a comfortable spot, and half blocks are pretty real.
Biako goes down to 5. I do want to say the new technology update of there is an iPad at the judge is controlling that live updates the life totals as via an app. And I think that is amazing. Like the technology upgraded. It's a nice little upgrade. It's made it a lot easier for like people who are watching the stream, especially in like keeping accurate life totals. But also I can just like here at the live stream shot that we have access to and be like, oh, I know those life totals. I know where we're at. I think it's definitely a great update here.
Yeah, that was definitely one of my biggest qualms, I guess, as a viewer of streams in the past, was that life totals were always wrong. They were always a turn behind, and so having it be pretty instantaneous.
All right.
Big upgrade.
All right, so this is April investigating.
This is a half block.
Yeah, but we get to respond on play. Look at their top 3 and rearrange them. Right, because it's a respond after you play this card. Look at the top 3 cards of your rival's deck and put it back in any order. It's like we just get a little peeky peek. We're like, what do you got left in deck? I think we're counting discard pile 2 now. We're like, all right, what are we down to here?
Yeah, if we can force a 3 on top, Biako is not in a healthy enough of a stage to get past that. A 3 check here. Oh, I guess there was no more attacks. 5 comes in, so another attack could be passed.
The thing is, even if we don't activate our own, that's just one. We have 2 cards left in deck, and so April and Scumbug are able to force another cycle.
I mean, I don't think April has a full block in hand, and April's down to 8 health. We need to, and if April's not able to mill an attack, that means April can't draw.
Mm-hmm. Discard a card. I'm so amused by that. I just like the it happened. Like I know I'm not sure. I want to believe it was intentional. It's like they knew, like, yeah, we're gonna make you discard a card here. Oh, they did, yeah. And then they're gonna. Yep.
Was Biako able to pick up that another beast summoning or no? Was there no more?
There was one, but all right, let's remove 10 here
because that's really
we got to cycle first.
We can still haggler to find another move, because since the sphere has already been used from April, I mean, if we find a gargantuan grapple, we could just pull a win out.
Yeah. 1, 2. I think there's 10 cards left. I think we might be able to pull something off here. This is. I'm not saying we're stumbling into a win, but we are definitely hopping. We're definitely the one-legged hopping across the finish line at this moment.
I mean, it could happen, right? It's not like inconceivable that Biako wins here.
Yeah.
I mean, the downside to using Haggler is that April is desperate for mid blocks, and you're giving April an opportunity to go digging for a mid block
and gain health.
Right.
Which, and now I can half block this. they're reading. You double check. He's like, oh, I gotta draw more cards. But they drew an electric moth, which they have an attack. It's an attack, but I don't know if I wanted to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay, so if let's just say April barrier shielded and then half blocked, could Byakko pass another move?
No,
Because
we're about to find out.
I wonder if that breaker 2 just effectively says no. You don't have the foundation. You don't have the foundations to do it.
1, 2, 3, and character. We got 4. We can check a 4. If plus, we got the partial.
Yeah, we have to hope that this means Byakko can't play another attack. Otherwise, we just got rid of our full block for Electric Moth.
Yep. Go to 5. Okay. We're now doing math. It's now April's at 5. The problem is I think we have enough to go Electric Moth and the problem is this is once again we should have gotten rid of that at the scumbug on the board, we lose.
Yeah, the and if we play Electric Moth because of the breaker, even if we check a 6, we have to commit Byakko.
Yeah.
And then it's not lethal.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have momentum to add damage with it with the no move foundation. Yeah, it doesn't get to be lethal. I don't think Byakko has a line anymore.
Well, Electric Moth will be on a 7, -2 the check. We check a 6. We have 4. We have to commit 3.
Oh, we would keep Byakko ready. That face down. I wasn't counting that face down.
Yep. But it all comes down to we have a 6 on top.
Yeah, can we check 6?
No. Nope. That's a fail. There's breaker 2. He's verifying. He's like, hey, there's breaker 2 here.
Yeah,
that fails.
That should pretty much spell doom for Byakko. But it was fun that it came down to the very end.
Yeah. The thing is we have to still do the math here and make sure we mill them out. We still have to finish the game. It's like April needs to finish actually play attacks here we have to play some amount of attacks here.
Yeah, we do not want to let this go into overtime and then it's a tie.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we have a lurkers. There it is. So we play lurker, activate, hope we get a review. Oh no, we're gonna set it up. All right. So we check the 4, 5. Yep.
Yeah, and here it comes. Looking at the top 3, put whatever we want on top, so we can either.
We want to be able to review because we want to set up lurkers.
That makes sense. That's a pretty cool line of using April's reviewing.
I get to review the asset and draw.
Yeah. Lurkers now gets to remove 2 cards. Can we just force the cycle? Well, we don't even have to force the cycle. We just have to force Byakko to, as soon as they draw, it forces them to cycle.
Yeah. This is so I am this is the grips of the grip. We're playing the 60-minute game. There is people who have played this game for a long time that see this April doing this thing, and they're just like, I want to do this every week at locals. I want my full 60 minutes. I'm getting them every round.
Then you're gonna have locals saying, "Are you playing April again?" I'll see you next week.
Yep. All right, here goes the lurk. Now we have the lurker strike. And let's go. Let's just first enhance, get rid of. Oh, let's make sure we get rid of. Just in case. We're doing the just in case removal.
There's the 2. I think just to make this not go into overtime, we have to guarantee that the next cycle just ends the game right away.
Yeah. We want them to cycle here so that when they draw up, yeah, like, all right, we got there's the 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's
Nope,
it.
that's it.
That is game. We finally did it. We completed the objective. We got a mill out on stream with the objective of the deck being, I am going to mill you. There was a lot of help from Biako, but that is perfectly fine. That is how it goes. Whew.
Yeah, I mean the Biako, like if we look back at that game,
yep.
I think a couple things went wrong for Biako. Some of them controllable, some of them uncontrollable. Uncontrollable, I think that Biako never wasn't consistently finding the throws enough, and wasn't able to finish off with the overhead hammer fists.
Yeah.
A little bit controllable is that Biako never built their stage. They were constantly throwing out attacks and then choosing not to build. And then in the end, they couldn't pass the attack because of the breaker 2. And that Moth with a ready Biako would have gotten there.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming that April doesn't draw into a high block. Maybe a big assumption.
Oh. Round 1 is completed. That was a full run of overtime with full 60 minutes and overtime. So David, I think you get a little bit of a break. It's only 4 o'clock for you. It's 5 a.m. for me. None of my coffee options are still available for order via Uber Eats. So I gotta stay awake for another round. Hopefully our broadcast partner for the weekend, Sam Tate, will be joining me next round. We have not had an update yet. His internet went down just before the stream started, to my understanding, which, it happens. Gotta trust. You're trusting your local internet provider to hopefully be active at this hour.
Yeah, otherwise it's just going to be you and me for 6 straight rounds. Get ready. But that was to me, that was a pretty dang good round 1. Show off some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. A lot of these characters, I think, were coming in and being a little underrated by the player base.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Just to give everybody an idea of our round, it's 6 rounds today, 2 at top 8. There is a scheduled break after round 4 of 6. Mm-hmm. There'll be a designated break for the players on site. And from there, I wish we'll be back soon. What do you think?
All right.
See you soon, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody, for round two of your EU regional hosted in Alicante, Spain. I hope I said all of that correctly, and I hope that I do not mispronounce anyone's name coming up because there are some really, really interesting decks. They're going to be piloted by some great players, and we want to show them all the respect that they deserve. And Jesse, tell us about these next decks that we're going to see coming up in round two.
All right, so we've got kind of I'd like to say, like, we're looking at the decks where we've seen before, especially from the most recent seasons, but with a twist. It's the best way to describe both of these decks. We've got, obviously, the Zeke Jaeger War Chief deck, the character that took down Louisville, but on Chaos which is I'm like, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's a different symbol, a couple of different cards that we're seeing. I mean, most of the deck is attune based, so it's more of what is not are you not playing off of the attune to be able to get there with. And then the other side, sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say in Louisville, we saw that the Chaos Zeke was second place, right? It was Life Zeke versus Chaos Zeke. Yes. So this deck is definitely bringing something a little bit new to the table, but also definitely not a surprise at all.
Mm-hmm. And then on the other side, we've got Bakugo 4 on Air, which gives access to a couple of different additional Fury cards, especially if you're if you don't want to play heavy into the 2 checks. You can play an Air build that plays some of the Nejire Furies that we're going to see in this matchup. Plus, your foundation options get a little bit more, I want to say, consistent. You get extra draw, you get more draw, you get a little more value, I think, out of this build. But we'll see what happens here. We're launching a cape, though. I always like to see cape. They'll push the advantage.
Had a second fearsome transformation. So a lot of card draw from this Bakugo deck, definitely looking to get things started soon. But as our player who went first, Zeke is going to get the first opportunity to attack. He's going to play probably the best attack in this deck, for my money at least.
Yeah, the Beast Titans Rock Barrage. We got to do the good fun both 2 of the blitzes. We got to build, and we got to commit 2.
Yeah, so anytime you're gonna add a backup to your stage in this Zeke deck, you're gonna really, really enjoy it because Zeke on the front side has sacrifice one of the backups in your stage. You get to gain a health, you get to draw a card, and then when he transforms by having 10 backups in that discard pile after sacrificing them, you're going to be able to commit them to draw a card and gain 1 health. Oh, it looks like I'm muted according to the chat. Okay. Oh, I see. Well, hopefully I'm back, but we've got the Beast Titans Rock Barrage, effectively a stun 2, 3 mid for 5. Does that sound familiar to any other 5 diff attacks, Jesse? And
yeah, didn't we ban one of those? Then we just, like we said, that card was just too good because it saw too much play.
Absolutely too good. And you know what else is too good, Jesse? Being able to play a 7 diff on turn 2 without committing any cards to do so. And we do that because Zeke Jaeger just got +4 to this check. And we got to play a Armored Titan Advancing or Armored Titans Rush.
Armored Titans Rush. We're going to come in here and we're just going to send a 6-bid 9. Like it with man, if we had Ruin active off of this, oh, it'd be so good. It'd be just
Yeah, the immediate cape makes a lot of sense there. That is 12 damage that we do not want to take to the face. And so trading our asset for one of my favorite attacks from the Attack on Titan sets, Armored Titan Rush. It has a blitz that says it can't be blocked by non-attack cards. Generally, getting your rival to block with attack cards is an absolutely great strategy, especially if you know that you can't deal damage anyways. Force him to block with those better cards that prime real estate. But then on top of that, the damage can't be reduced below 9. So that's going to be something that we absolutely don't want to deal with.
yeah. Looks like we're gonna lead off here. Get the rabble rouse, get some rabble rousing started off here. Got a reader.
Yeah,
this card's one of my favorites.
Yeah, rabble rousing, very specific to Bakugo. You response after you play this card. All attacks for the turn get -1 damage, which would of course be a hindrance to anyone else. But whenever your attacks get a damage penalty, Bakugo gets to buff them by 3. So effectively, all of our attacks are going to get +2 damage for the rest of the turn. Not a surprise to see Bakugo starting off the turn with this attack.
It looks like we're gonna block with Falling Titan, the Falling Titans here. We're just like Falling Titans is like I really expected, but even with this, just Apocalypse coming out, I expected like the Falling Titan, like there was gonna be a deck that the whole dedication line was the Falling Titan loop, and then we found out that it's not. You don't need to play like 2, and you get there if you need to. It's just a backup. It's not your kill condition. It's just a backup plan.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing about Falling Titans before we switch over to the Spiral Wave Surge is it shifts into a card that adds it back to your hand. So your ability to bank it for later is already built into the card, which is insane. Typically for a low attack or like a singular combo strategy deck, right? You've got to have a way to go tutor that card from the discard pile. This attack allows you to sort of tutor it from the staging area, but we now have Spiral Wave Surge coming out. This is a Fury attack. 4 mid for 4. It can buff itself for +2 damage. It's going to get +2 damage from the Rabble Rousing. And then if this attack is blocked, your next check to play a card gets +1 for each attack your rival has blocked this turn, which in this case would be +2. And we're going to need that because, Jesse, we did not check well on any of our first 2 attacks.
No, we did not. We want them to block this. We're gonna game 1 here from Zeke. Like that's the one thing about Zeke that is annoyed me to no end. I've just learned to stop attacking Zeke's backups. Is if I start attacking Zeke's backup, most of the time they just sacrifice it, and it just aborts the attack during the middle of it. And you're like, nope. It's like, yeah, I got rid of it, but my attack now just sits there as a dud.
Yeah, it's super frustrating, and we had a little bit of that chip damage when Rabble Rousing gets cleared from the card pool due to the Bakugo once per turn. That makes our rival discard a card. They also lose 2 health, but they're gonna gain that health back. Is gonna allow us to transform and allow us to get that +2 to our checks, which lets us loot the Falling Titans basically ad nauseum, right? So very, very interesting stuff to dance around with backups.
Tournament is 10 combined between stage and discard pile.
Yeah, 10 in stage and or discard pile.
Here comes a Desiree Wave. That is something that I would not. There's a couple times like that card. I always keep thinking that card is there's a deck. Someone's gonna find a deck with this card. That there is just coming in.
Yeah, and I mean this one does come in pretty hard. It got +4 damage from itself because our rival decided to block the first 2 attacks. So So we got +2 to the check to play, a 2 from rabble rousing. That means we we landed 10 damage off of our 4 difficulty move. And, you know, I gotta say, an attack like Nejuwe Wave typically, you know, went out of fashion because damage reduced Bakugo's moves. So it makes a lot of sense in this deck.
Oh, here comes the barrage. And I think we're about to, we're going to build something. We're going to build, that. I love that card. I love it and hate it so much.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was probably like very lukewarm on it compared to the average player. Until I played the card in Scanlan, and I played against 9 Titan stats of 9 Titans, was to damage reduce at response speed. So it's kind of a card that like counters itself, which does feel like the format is surrounded, you know, is warping around it, but not going to be very useful.
Yeah, this is one of those. This is one of the times where I'm like, I look at this card and I'm like, I understand thematically why it's not unique, but I really would love it. I was just like, well, 2 attacks in a row are about to have double damage.
Right.
I'm like, what am I supposed to do to this?
Yeah.
Here comes the monkey flip. That's not its true name. It's called the Beast Titan Attacks. But Kevin Broberg's been calling that forever, so the card's
no need to make this one a throw because our rival is committed out with no cards in hand. So we're just gonna double the damage on this one, real easy. That's a solid 16 damage, effectively unblockable. Our Bakugo player is pretty much in dire straits after this turn. I mean, I don't think we can play another big haymaker after this, but with Inspiring Song down there, we could pass maybe another Beast Titans Rock Barrage or something like that.
I mean, it's all about pressing that once per turn to get the bonus. You're just like, oh, press by once per turn, get a bonus.
Yeah, and it looks like we actually have more 9 Titans in hand, opting not to play them because I believe that damage reduction mode not super important here, not worth committing foundations for, and instead we're going to opt to block with them. So we see the strategy of choosing Bakugo here kind of working out because it's already forcing our rival not to build their best staging area piece and instead hold it in hand. The issue is, can we capitalize before it's too late?
Yeah, like we're getting closer to the. I might just if we pass back another turn, they might just draw another 2 giant one attack that's easily playable, and then another giant attack, and it's over.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get rid of that Beast Titan in the staging area, that says go pick up my win condition with the 9 Titans already in the stage, able to do 1 more damage double or speed double. So definitely under the gun here if you're Bakugo 4. You got to make something happen, even if that something is just killing as many backups as you can, starting with that Beast Titan.
Yeah. The one thing we have to remember about Bakugo about the situation is like if like I said, the Beast Titan, if you use the Zeke enhance, the sacrifice, the attack just gets aborted essentially. It doesn't resolve. It kind of, you're kind of like, you get to play the footsie game of maybe they'll pass, and you just like, okay, take the pass and get the hit. Like sometimes you just have to do that to get rid of some of these backups.
Yeah, and we see the target here looks to be the 9 Titans, which is a little interesting, I'll say, just because yes, it is like the scariest offensive piece, but that Beast Titan in the stage can add Rock Barrage to the hand, which will simply build the 9 Titans again. So
Yep.
I feel like the better target here would be the Beast Titan. Also, the 9 Titans is already committed, sacrificing it to gain a health and draw a card, which we see happening right now, which you talked about is really, really frustrating to play against, is absolutely an outstanding play to make.
Yeah. Just eat. I was just like, I'm gonna eat this Titan. Deal with it. Does not hit. It is just a
Yeah, it does not deal damage. It won't go to momentum. The enhanced step is dropped. I do think we did get to first enhanced draw a card, right? I think our rival
yeah.
started with 2 cards in hand. So getting to do the first enhance and draw a card is something that is not nothing. But again, I feel like if we're not going to deal 19 damage through the multiple health gains that Zeke has right now, then getting rid of that Beast Titan was absolutely a priority. We don't see the latent skill get to be activated because of how short that enhanced step was. So potentially we got stranded with 1 attack in hand, unable to get rid of the Beast Titan, which means I gotta feel like, Jesse, Zeke is gonna end the game this next turn unless Bakugo has some insane defensive piece we just haven't been made aware of yet.
Exactly. We're in a very awkward situation for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take like Genkai's guidance, I think, is the only thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah. Like we have very few options to play through, so we're just kind of like we put a little defense on the board, uh, and it just comes down to inevitability. Though that's the thing. It's like they find 1 attack. Like I think we 5 hand size problem though. We have to use. We're gonna use what we're gonna use. Like we have to even draw another attack. We're just gonna go pick it up.
Yeah,
Go pick up your buddy.
luckily this is a lower attack count deck, so if you can put up a block or 2 on the 1 or 2 moves it's gonna play, unless it's of course Falling Titans. I forgot we had the Falling Titans in the discard pile there already, but did we potentially draw too many cards? We were pointing at the hand there.
One.
No, it looks like 6
2,
cards.
3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
1.
and so Falling Titans, unless there's a Genkai's guidance or a Filled with Doubt, um, potentially this is game because we can play that Falling Titans 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. We've got the Marley's Warriors, although we did already form, so I think that's a first form.
Hmm.
Yeah, Marley's Warriors is a first form, so we won't be able to get that bonus. But if we can transform Zeke here, we should be able to pass as many Falling Titans as needed. And that's if we don't also have a Rock Barrage to kill the rival stage and get another 9 Titans.
Yeah, like that's pretty much our line here. Like I think we just start playing we just start playing Falling Titans and be like, please, like if I just keep checking 5, it's a check 5 save live situation. It's like, all right, I don't you do not scare me. Now we're reading the Falling Titans. We're like, oh, what can I do to this?
Yeah, this one, it's gonna be tough. I'm not saying Bakugo can't survive this, but I am saying I haven't seen a way for him to do so yet. You have a couple of card draw options here. Bakugo can clear the card pool on defense to trigger that push the advantage. We do have a momentum for the fearsome transformation, which we are going to see being activated right now. We do have a latent skill to go digging 2 cards deeper by discarding 2 cards for cost. So if there is an answer in this deck, I would expect to see all these buttons get pressed until we find it.
Let's see. Okay, it looks like we're doing a little bit of a explaining of procedure. We're doing a count for the backups. It looks like what we were doing right there. Like, are we Like we're gonna start using the followers here to try to. I think we're like one short. I think we're just trying to like. I think if like we did a peak and we're like, all right, I'd rather have this good check
Yeah.
on my next activation.
This is
Oh, we're good.
looking like
Oh, okay.
game.
We're already good. So now we're turned. Now we're flipped over and turned on.
Yeah, it turns out we wanted to draw that card.
Yeah. So now all of our range and Titan attacks are +2 to our check. So now these falling Titans are just coming in for the numbers, and we commit our backups to draw and gain 1, which is just crazy. It's like I'm just gonna try. This random Titan just gonna do something for me right now. I'm really hoping eventually we get that. Like, if the backups are going to be like a new constant in this game, I'm waiting for the eventual like. I think the card the card name in my head is like there only can be one, and it's like all backups. It's like destroy all backups. It's just like something like that. Like no, it's just us. Let's go. Because man, these backups are just going to get better and better as design continues forward, I think.
Yeah, so now we've got the Resurrected Titans coming in. This has the check bonus from the front side, and then we're going to get to search our deck for another shift attack or backup. And then if we play one of those cards as our next attack, we're going to get -3 difficulty.
God. Here we go. Let's go get our card.
I mean, this just kind of seems like overkill at this point, right, Jesse?
Yeah. Now we're in there. There's the female Titan attacks. I like how the female Titan attack has just kind of found its way into so many decks. Just of like, oh, you're playing some amount of backups, saying, well, I want to be able to ready my backups. Like that's all it feels like. There's, I think, usually like one attack it can pick up in most of these decks. So it's just like another like, hey, I'm just gonna play in a giant 7 diff that just draws me a card and everything. All right. Searched away. We'll take it. All right. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking for a way out of this. We haven't seen the Filled with Doubt. We haven't seen the Genkai's Guidance. We haven't seen anything that resets a stat. Um, potentially like an Invincible Body is on the death symbol. So
yeah, we're not. It's like we're
oh, no, this is air. I apologize.
This is
air.
air.
We've got
This is
the
air.
Nejire cards. Yeah, so like Invincible Body not an option because it's the death symbol is what I meant to say. It's just it's not coming together here.
Yeah, this is like we're gonna use our 1 clear. Draw a card. So we have, let's see. So we have our opponent has discarded a card for the turn, so beats is active for +2 to our check. So like we probably got one more viable block here, and we just have to wait for. Now we're at 10 speed. Now our viable block options are not looking great. This is coming for lethal. Like I think we're counting up and see if like we get like we check a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ugh. We need a +1 mid. I don't think we got a +1 mid. Oh. a 5, 6, 7. We get it's just like it's kind of sadly we are kind of an inevitability here. It's like the explosive reboot's gonna get the block through, but yeah.
So this was kind of an issue in the first round, right, Jesse? Where if you're staring certain death in the face, and you might have to win games 2 and 3. At what point do you scoop to save time, right?
Probably on the next attack.
I feel like we've spent 10 minutes on this turn when Bakugo should know that unless Zeke checks exactly 3s in a row, I guess we did commit a lot to get this attack out, but the next one's -3 difficulty, so the next one's free, and then you have +2 to your checks to play the one after that.
Like we just play whatever. Like I think we just go. Yeah, we just play the female Titan here.
And Jaegerist can make can help us scout our next check, making it incredibly unlikely. So, I guess Bakugo's still playing to his outs, but I think mathematically, this is game.
Yeah.
This
Doing
one
all
is
the
on,
math here.
yeah, this one's on a 5, and we checked the 5, which is incredible, by the way. And then we've got Inspiring Song, the +1 our next check.
We get to ready the Beast Titan.
Yep.
So we're gonna draw a card here. We ready Beast Titan, draw a card. And then we use the followers to see our top card and we know what we have, so we're not we actually just don't. Oh, I think we just did we just draw the barrage, I think.
Yeah, we just drew another attack. We have the Jaegers to peek our next check.
But we gotta delete, and we use the Beast Titan to get it the Beast Titan to get it to +2 damage. We're gonna flip from -1. Please play another attack. Please play another attack.
And Beast Titan, yeah, he gives 2 damage without committing, so that would have made it lethal. But you can also Beast Titan form, lose 3 stamina to pick up another ranged attack because he starts with 7 stamina and he only spends 3 to do his ability. So we can double dip here. If Bakugo's got the slow roll Genkai's guidance in hand, more power to him. But at this point, you're just taking away time for you to win games 2 and 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we know that there's a Falling Titans in hand. You know what I mean? Like, we know that there's lethal attacks in hand. That Beast Titan can continuously just pump the damage of Titan attacks too. It's lose 1 stamina, not a commit cost. Every ranged or Titan attack can get +2 damage. So at this point, Zeke has to just be glad to take as much time off the clock as possible. It's like we're asking a judge about a card in our hand.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I can assume that we would be showing our entire hand off screen like that.
What a one.
All right, this would be the sickest comeback of all time if we Genkai's guidance an attack right here. And then we can't pass the next one.
This is gonna be this is a throw. We should be setting it back up to make this throw.
This should be a 10 damage throw that is 6 speed while our rival is completely committed out.
Okay. Go to the next one. Let's do it. We got time.
Yeah, I don't know what we were waiting for. I guess at one point it did look like our rival had the potential to check poorly, but I mean, if you go back far enough, Jesse, this turn started with 45 minutes on the clock. And we are now at 31 minutes. That was a 14-minute turn that I feel like from the beginning of the turn, you as Bakugo have to recognize that, you can't survive. Your opponent would have to play so potentially awful with also bad luck. You know what I mean? Like they'd have to make mistakes and have bad luck on top of that. And I guess you're playing to your outs there, but there was definitely a certain point there where they couldn't fail their checks anymore.
Yeah, that was a line where you're just like, the inevitability really hit that game. That's how I'll feel it. But going into the next game here, I mean, the only thing I'm trying to think what this Bakugo could bring in here. Like I like maybe bringing the explosive rebuke could be that's not like velocity rush maybe. Like there's options in this board. I just don't know if any of them are gonna get you through this get you through Zeke. Because Zeke is just such a hill to climb.
Yeah,
it looks like they're playing some cards, and Zeke's playing some cards that are just like Chaos Compassion. Like I'm a lover of that card. It like I will happily take. I will like I'm like take some damage. I have enough health. I have enough health, and I'll be like, and you must play a non-attack. If you can't, I get to look at your hand and strip a card. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I hate to take the damage for Kaya's, but as far as being an answer to things like Falling Titans, right? It is a very, very clean one. As far as forcing the rival to play in a way that they don't want to play, that's a good one.
I'm thinking about playing this against the Bakugo. Like, Zeke has him in the board against the Bakugo, and the Bakugo and so we're like Angel, like you're like, all right, so we're like, we'll just take your poke, like take your damage, play a non-attack, and then you pretty much force a progressive difficulty for them to try to play a second attack for the turn, or if they are just have a handful of attacks, they got to show the hand and be like lose one of them. Like that card, that card is really weird. I mean, I like that type of stuff where it's like, please do something. I'm asking you to do something, and you either do it, or your play just got a lot worse because I get to strip a card.
Yeah, the Bakugo deck does have ways to clear that additional non-attack card, but they're not clean, and you do need to find defense that isn't just blocking, right? Because we saw from game one, those Nejire attacks that punish blocks are, very, very, very potent with this strategy, right? You can't DR them, so you feel like you have to block. Now you have attacks that are punishing you for blocking. So yeah, finding a way to play defense without blocking and without damage reducing is really difficult, but that would be a great addition to have.
We'll see what we can make happen here. Give me a tough one. I mean, we get a good build, and like let's see here. Send 3 cards back. It's one of those situations where I wonder if we just play if we draw like the double rabble rousing hand, can we just ignore the backups and just go to face and be like, you have to finance. You have to start blocking. Like that's the only thing I can think of at this point. Like there's always that line. Like I have always one for if I have the ability to, maybe you just ignore the backups. Especially when the one that's the most problematic for you is essentially -1 damage.
Right. It's really kind of sad too because in game one, the Bakugo had a great build, right? We had the cape out for going second. We had lots of card draw, but all those foundations got turned sideways every time we tried to take advantage of any opening our rival left us. And without a clear cut answer to these really big Titan attacks that Zeke basically gets to play for free, you got to feel like for Bakugo, the clock is always present, right? You know, as soon as we get that transformation, as soon as we get the bonus to the checks, it really only takes like one attack in hand.
Yeah. All right, so we got 2 foundations, 2 followers. One of them being a normal, one of them being some normalcy. Because if you are damn, when you're doing your deck building nowadays, do you just have an auto at least one slot for normalcy?
Sorry, which one?
The the moment of normalcy.
Oh, I forget to put that one on the list, and usually someone has to remind me.
You're like, you build the deck, and you're like, it's like, where's your moment of normalcy? And they're like, oh yeah, I can play that.
Yeah, I'll play like one test run of the deck. Like I'll play test one time, and my opponent will play Moment of Normalcy, and I'm like, oh right, I gotta go add that to the deck.
Yeah. I mean, the development of stronger infinity cards is definitely had to make sure, like, because sometimes a lot of us are still, we use a lot of different deck builders, and if you
Yeah.
don't select the right options, you just don't see the card, you don't think about it. Like filled with that, I don't think about it because it doesn't pop up if you don't search it correctly. Sometimes, and you're like, oh yeah, I should play some amount of those if I'm playing like any type of 7 hand size character. Maybe I should play a few.
All right, now we do see the latent skill coming down. This is something we didn't really get to activate last game, right? Everything kept getting committed. So rabble rousing, what you want to start off with, latent skill, go find those additional attacks and, get on top of your rival while they've got a low amount of cards in hand. If you do make Zeke sacrifice these backups early on in the game, that's not the biggest detriment to him, but our Zeke is committed. So this is going to be one of the few times where he's not going to have active card draw over and over and over again.
Yep.
And it looks like our Zeke player tried to activate Zeke. Unfortunately, they went to draw the card, and theoretically, what's kind of interesting about this is the game state would not actually have been changed if we had activated a Jaegerist first to look.
Yep.
But unfortunately, because that was a private information card, this is going to have to be a warning, and I believe that they're going to
the card gets super removed from the game.
So I think nowadays shuffling the card to make it random is fine. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to actually go with the you drew one too many cards rule, and we're going to get to snipe a card from hand, which, I'm not in the judge program. I haven't passed the white belt test. I don't know what the official, if there even is like an official way to resolve this. But considering that we could confirm which card was the card on top, I think this could have been resolved with a shuffle of the deck and a warning. But that is not how drawing an additional card is ruled, right? So they are going to get that card from the hand super removed from the game.
All right, so we took out backup number 1. I'm surprised we're not taking. I thought this was gonna be the pop shots start, where it's like, are we gonna take out both the backup? Yeah, we're just gonna take out both the backups. We're like, no plus tier checks. Maybe we're gonna make him discard another card here. Like, aren't these the followers? They're just 1 health, right? They're 1 health backups. So
yeah, they only have the singular stamina.
Yep, singular stamina. Yes. Get our peak here. Maybe we'll decide to mill. Yeah, this is a very. The situation is like, it's. Man, we're. Like, I see the line here of like, all right, if we get them to no backups, they can't like throw the big attack next turn. Is the hope with this. So now it's. Oh wow, we're gonna strip both cards out of it. We're gonna get the other card out of the hand. Awesome. Get in there, review. Get the last card out. You. Now we hit you for a lot.
Rabble Rousing is a nasty, nasty 2-check. When it
Yep.
clears a Fury attack from the card pool with itself, it makes the rival discard a card. You can pump its keyword ratings, which probably not going to be super relevant here. Our rival will probably get to activate whatever they want to activate before the stun 2 happens. But you do have to flip a foundation to activate that effect. So that might not even be considered worth it right here. Because all we'd be flipping is, or all we'd be stunning is a bonus to a check and the reset that can be used before the stun happens. Oh, it looks like we're going to go for the -1 to the check. The other mode on Inspiring Song, not a bad idea.
Try to slow it. Just this is the, well, this is gonna hurt. Let's see if we can not take more damage here. All right, now we got our stun 2. I mean, 5. We're still coming in. We'll get our 5 damage in. We'll take it. And I think we just build from here. We did our job. We got the backups gone. We pretty much set him back to 2. We are very much ahead right now. Now we gotta like hope that we can continue from there. We only got 18 minutes. We gotta pick up the pace a little, I think.
Right? Not a stupendous build from Zeke here. We've lost quite a few resources. The health total still pretty good, still pretty healthy overall, but not catching up in build while going second feels pretty bad. Only having the 1 backup feels pretty bad. And did we commit our character to pass a check again?
We sure did.
Oh my. Well, hopefully we don't make the mistake of trying to sacrifice a backup again. No, it looks like we didn't. It looks like with the 3 build, we just forgot to ready the character. Our rival was nice enough to remind us.
So, looks like we built a. I think we have a frantic rescue on the board, which definitely could slow down a Bakugo a little bit. But we're gonna come after the backup again. We're like, nope, this one doesn't get to exist. None of them get to exist. Like, I am coming for your backups. You do not. They are. I'm too angry about it. Actually, I now want to read. Okay, so frantic rescue only activates when you take damage. Okay, that's good. I thought it was when your opponent's attack deals damage. It deals damage. It triggers. Well, game 1 and draw a card. Go to 23.
Backups are not long for this world, Jesse.
They are not. Ooh. Or that angry yelling? Or yeah, angry yell. Is that what that one is? No, that's the that's irritate scowl. I know there's angry yelling in the deck, which that is a card not many Bakugo players will play. And I sometimes I want I see it as like a sideboard card where it's like, oh, you're a 7-hand size, you're always around 4 cards. I'm gonna get you for 2 cards with this one. But irritated scowl. This puts some damage on the board. Or irate. I always say irritated. It's irate. We'll do all of our stats here. We're gonna push this up. We're gonna go back to printed. We'll choose one of them. Yep. Surprised when we did the clear, we didn't push the advantage and draw an extra card. Let's flip. All right, so put some more speed back on this. Or damage. Getting down to 18. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. And we're gonna compassion. So we have taken damage from an unblocked attack. So they must play a non-attack card. And if they can't, they have to show their hand and one gets discarded choice.
Yeah, here's that Kaya's compassion you were talking about. A way to play defense without damage reducing or blocking. So gonna be pretty interesting to see if we can overcome the additional card in the card pool and keep attacking. But we play a Cape of No Return, check a 3, have to commit another foundation. I mean, Jesse, how many times have we been able to play an attack as this Bakugo and not commit a single card? It's basically been one time, I think, this entire match. And that has been absolutely huge for Zeke. But Zeke doesn't have any backups. So the Falling Titans base game plan, not online and only 4 foundations, means cards like Resurrected Titans are going to be kind of pricey. Cards like Beast Titans Rock Barrage, not going to be very, very interesting with only 1 backup that you get from its own Blitz effect. None of the stun 2, none of the targeted commit. So not looking great for Zeke, but it's also not looking great for Bakugo because Bakugo, as we know, is down game 1. So only 13 minutes left in this round. Zeke's basically just got to hold on, and grabbing a 9 Titans is an okay way to do that. It's only -1 damage in this matchup, but that is not nothing.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation of we're gonna get now we have the 9 Titans online. This is gonna be tough. Like the 9 Titans only got the build. You get to do the build the backup and commit 2 line. We only got to do 1 mode. When that thing gets to do all its modes, it's just like, well, Barrage just like going ape essentially. We'll go for the block here. Full block. We'll take it. Ooh, harness. Here we go. Gives some harness on death action.
Right.
You don't have.
Harness on Death is a real spicy one.
Yeah. Uh. Yeah. Has respond, lose 2 health. After a stack deals damage to a character, your rival loses X health. X equals the number of backups in all discard piles. I never want this. There's a certain number, like if like this is the line of, oh, you're gonna start chewing my backups up. Well, guess what? They're gonna come back at you. The Seeker from Critical Role has done. I've seen it do some pretty crazy things, like matches that the deck shouldn't have been able to win. There's like, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna give it Echo. Is that enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw like a record, at least on stream, of like a 22 burn in Louisville, right? We saw the Chaos Zeke had to partial block and live at 1 health because they took half damage from the move and then took the full burn between 2 backup decks. So in a backup centric metagame, it makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. All right, Rabble Rousing coming for the the 9 Titans. Are we gonna respond from -1? Are we just like, we don't want to respond? It's like we're just like, and it's gonna get the first enhance off for the bonuses for the turn. Let's see what we can do here. I think we're just gonna sacrifice and I think we're trying to see if we can find a way to like keep it. Okay, we're gonna +2 to our next check. That's what we're gonna do. Let's float that.
Yeah, because it's the number of backups +1.
Yep.
So even with no backup, you always get something. But we are going to get +2, which is nice.
Oh, and we flip Zeke there on top of everything.
Yeah, we got +2 to the check, and then we sack the backup, strand the attack, get the extra card draw, get the extra health point. But now Zeke, needs backups in stage to commit to get the. I guess he needs them in stage to sacrifice on the front side too. But keeping him off any backups is going to be, a huge part of winning this game, especially if it goes to another turn. But we are running out of time. It's feeling like it's now or never.
Let's see what we can do. All right. Here comes the Irate Scowl here. We're going to discard a card from the clear. We're trying to... I think we're trying to see if like you can get the Frantic Rescue to activate. I think that's what we're playing. We want to play for here.
Yeah, I mean, considering the way that Bakugo has been checking, unfortunate as it is to say, Frantic Rescue is probably a pretty big deal here.
Yeah, that's gonna probably slow down. That's the like we have a +2. They did discard, so we do have beats to give +2 to a check response. So we're not
keeping beat, respond, commit +2 to a check as long as the rival's discarded. That's something I was surprised we didn't see on the turn before. But it's probably going to be integral to putting together a lethal line here.
Mm. All right, down to 12. Here's another Kaya. please.
Aya's Compassion plus Frantic Rescue.
Oh.
Absolutely wonderful stuff here. Essentially, going to add +2 progressive +2 difficulty, I should say, to every attack played after this. I think that's going to be just enough time, or it's going to be just enough to buy us another turn, which should give us just enough time to close out this round 1-0.
Yeah. Clear out. And
That's gonna be a big two. That's a two-sided stop sign there. So we are gonna see Beast Titan's Rock Barrage getting drawn and what looks to be a female Titan attacks, I believe. So Zeke can do some pretty interesting stuff here. Build in a backup, get +2 to a check. You know, use that backup. Maybe it's a Marley's Warriors this time to scout our check. Use the female Titan attacks, draw another card, ready the backup that we just built. Could be some very, very interesting stuff. Oh, we're on the backside now. That's right. We have to get 2 backups if we want to get our check bonus. We don't get the bonus until we have 2 backups.
that is true. We are not immediately. We don't have the enhance anymore to help out. Like maybe it's kind of crazy. I like I said, I don't usually recommend especially when you're down a game, let's pick off the backups line, but it's kind of slowly but surely going to distance here.
Yeah, and I mean we see Zeke is actually committing the 9 Titans to gain a health and draw a card, and we can still play the female Titan attacks on an 8. I don't know if that's the plan, if that's the play that we're gonna make. That is a pretty risky move if we check a 3 here, because again we have no check bonuses, but luckily it works out. So we're gonna get to oh, did he get a check bonus from somewhere else?
Not sure. I'm trying to doing my thoughts here.
I think there's a misunderstanding about the static ability.
I think the judge is actually very like it's doing it. Yeah, the judge is explaining that the static is not active currently.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So we got to commit 2 more, which, you know, again, that's still fine. That's still, you know, checking a 5 there, absolutely a play that you can make, because readying that backup, drawing additional cards against this discard deck is going to be super important. And maybe even more important is gaining that health, right? Because defensively, the 9 Titans throughout the ages is only -1 damage when counteracted by the Bakugo response. So gaining a health and drawing a card is better than just -1 damage alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this the female Titan attacks here. We have 1 card in hand, and we're just gonna draw a card again. We're gonna gain 1 health and draw again, and we're gonna clear and draw ourselves for Bakugo. So maybe Angel's got a chance here to get a line together. It looks like, yep, we're just gonna cape this one. We're like, you know, move on.
I'm so curious what the official timer is in person, because yeah, we're passing with 3 minutes left on our stream timer. We're not going to be able to drain this clock out. So this effectively means Bakugo should only have 1 more turn to do this, and 14 health, 14 damage, not a difficult number to get to, but that's going to be bolstered by a couple of extra health gains and a moment of normalcy to fight through. So let's see if Bakugo can pull this off. We did unfortunately use our card draw from our stage defensively, which I gotta feel like is a bit of a mistake here, Jesse.
Yeah.
Oh, and
I don't think
it looks like the only attack we drew is a flash attack anyways. Or is it? Oh no, it's a velocity rush.
Yeah, it's velocity rush. So we have an echo attack in hand.
It's an echo. Yeah, the one's an echo. I don't know why I always think that one's I think that one's a flash, just like the rebound sidekick. I don't know why.
Mm. Like we played through 2 Kayas and the frantic in frantic already, so it's like most of the I hit you in the face defense is gone. The 9 Titans is committed. Okay. Oh, we have a wave. All right. All right.
And Ezreal wave is kind of interesting because the stun 3 response is nice to start off with, but you're not going to get any of the bonus damage from forcing your rival to block your earlier moves. And if we could have baited out a block from our rival, forced them to commit one foundation instead of the moment of normalcy, right? Now we could have potentially used that response on a later attack to get rid of the reset. But we haven't seen Bakugo pump a lot of damage, so it might not even matter that moment of normalcy exists.
Mm-hmm. This is this is a strong lead. I'm not. It's not in any way it's not a. It's just like I'll take stun 3. I'll use the momentum for commit 3 anytime. But we have there's some hills that need to be climbed here, for sure. Like we can, like I said, like he only has 2 more activations of commit for heal 1, draw a card, and the board's outside of that normalcy, the board's committed. So it's more of we just have no card draw though. That's the only thing. That's what's probably gonna be we're out of our extra draws.
Yeah, and with no rabble rousing to start things off with, no damage pump in the stage, we do have a chance here. If our rival blocks, we do have a chance because the Ryuku training was it agency trainees? Ryuku agency trainees, a card we haven't seen in a long time, could build something that changes the game from this board state.
Yep. All right, and looks like we're gonna do it.
I like how he knows his opponent has to read every card, so he just hands it to him.
Like here,
Okay.
I'll play a 0 that builds down.
We get a 0 diff that's +2 damage.
Yep.
And there's a velocity rush. Now it'll do something different based on whether or not the rival blocks. If they don't block, you get +1 damage to your next move. If they do block, you get +1 speed to your next move.
Mm-hmm.
And it does have echo, so this is 2 attacks in 1.
Yeah, this is from Jetbird. This is kind of like we were kind of hoping, like I really wanted Gran Torino to work, and that but when like this was like, okay, maybe this is the attack the deck needed to work, and it just was not enough. But it was such a fun, like I like that this card exists. Like this card is like I see this card played in retro, just because it's an efficient echo attack, and I'm like, it's surprising to see, like when you see this card gain some action.
Yeah, Torino was one of the characters I was most surprised about because we saw a coordinated effort take a ban, and then Gran Torino was so coordinated effort shaped. It was kind of amazing. But I think his attacks were kind of reined in because of that, because of how powerful his response was. But we do see, I believe this is a +1 mid coming in. This is a partial block. No, +1 high, +1 high.
+1 high.
We are going to echo this move. Play it again on a 4. It's going to cause us to cycle, which means we're going to be here just a little bit longer throughout overtime while we shuffle. But
we're I think unless we have another attack hidden away, I don't know what else we can do here.
Yeah, if Angel doesn't have another attack in hand, I mean, I don't know how much it could matter anyways, right?
Mhm.
There's no card draw. There's only one damage pump source. So that means we gotta have another attack in hand.
Hmm.
A second velocity rush would be pretty crazy here, considering we have another momentum.
Yeah, just keep chaining and hoping here. We're gonna give the 2 damage. We're like, all right, I'm in for 6. Is 6 good? All right, go to 9. Nope, that's it. Like, we just draw our hand and pass. Oh, we had a runaway. Just in case. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess officially our Zeke player is going to get the final turn.
Yep. All right, we're gonna be able to press all the buttons here on this barrage finally. It's like I'm going to build. You're gonna commit. We're gonna do all my. I'm gonna press all my buttons. We're sending the. We want the. It's like we're like I want my 2-0.
That's what it looks like, I suppose. I don't know about you, Jesse. It's the mental game for me at tournaments. I'm taking as much time to recoup in between rounds as I can, man. You know, if I'm the Bakugo player, I'm like, I want more time to go get a drink, you know, to go
Yeah.
refresh and bounce back from a loss. Which, to be fair, it looks like he's going to do it. This is a board state where he can do 30 damage. Yeah, here's the knockdown blow. This is one of my favorites. Anyone who watched me in the webcam championship, shout outs to community webcam events, by the way. If you're not doing anything September 20th, there's another webcam warriors, shameless plug. But I played Scanlan with this card and I loved it. I loved the check bonus. The bonus damage combines really well with the 9 titans.
Yeah, this is we are double up here. Like we are trying to send this in for oh we're gonna cape it. Like nope. Find another one. Armored rush.
Yeah, here's that 12 damage I was talking about earlier. It gets doubled into 24. Absolutely amazing stuff here. Because we should have the blitz from the knockdown blow to give it +3, right?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty crazy. Like that's the thing about the knockdown blow line. It's like, I'm gonna go knockdown blow blitz. I don't care what you do. If this tech hits, it hits. I want I just need it to do its thing for the next attack.
Yeah, I don't know if I missed like a cancel on the blitz, but it looks like we're not accounting for that +3 damage, unfortunately, which is kind of a big deal. The difference between 12 and 6 is, like one whole attack. That's an entire Falling Titans that you'd have to play. So flip the
I think we have a hardest on death here for the finish.
Yeah. Again, there's many things that do it, right? A female Titan attacks to ready a 9 Titans would do. There we go. We got the bonus damage coming in here. It's actually for 24.
Mm.
And again, this is all just style points. This is just Zeke Yeager swagging on Bakugo in overtime when he's already up the game. So it wasn't going to be like the biggest deal in the world if you missed this one, because I don't believe 1-0 and 2-0 do anything for tiebreakers. I could be wrong. It'd be cool if that was like transparent and known. And we're not gonna finish them off. Oh no, we're gonna build this now. Okay, we're super swagging. We are kick flipping to our heart's content here.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's the harness on death. You were right, Jesse. Now, if Bakugo just has like a +1 mid low block, this would be pretty funny. There doesn't seem to be a momentum for the Echo, but this is going to be well over 5 damage.
Yes. I think we're just like is this enough? That's all I see here. The conversation, is that enough? I not to slow roll the line here. It's like, I think he's explained to the opponent, this is what's going to happen. It's like, yeah, if you don't have, like, it's just like, it's only round 2. It's not like we're in round like 5 and this is your stay alive match. It's like you go to 1-1, you go take a breath, you come back strong next round.
It's like one of those funny moments where they're probably like talking about where to go get lunch later.
Yeah.
Like they're just absolutely. Yeah, there we go. There's the handshake. We didn't even have the low block, much less one we could pass. So there you have it. Zeke Yeager, still on top of the world, still the man to beat, still the deck to tech against, really, because I think that was the biggest thing. Was Bakugo had a lot going for him. He had great answers for the damage reduction backup plan. Zeke did not prevent that much damage, and the damage he did prevent by blocking was usually recouped later in the turn with cards like Spiral Wave Surge and Nejire Wave, right? So unfortunate that we just didn't have that tech piece for Falling Titans, for the resurrected Titans, that probably could have saved us at least in game 1.
Yeah, this was like we were doing, I think, actually for most of the game, we were doing the right idea. It's like, let's pick off the backups, get ahead. The problem is eventually he gets to 10 backups in discard pile then, and the deck just kind of eventually just starts turning over, and it's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that's gonna do it for round 2 because we went so deep into overtime. We're gonna have to take a very quick break, but we should be back with round 3. I should be joined again by David Toombs, so please don't go anywhere. You're not gonna want to miss a minute of the Alicante, Spain regional.
See you soon.
welcome back, everybody. We are here for round 3 of your Alicante, Spain regional. We've watched a couple of games go into overtime so far, and I got to be honest with you, David. I think we're going to see another long, drawn out game. But usually, when we expect that, we're wrong. So I'm hoping to kind of, jinx it so that way this one is really quick because we've got Rodan, giant monster of the sky, versus Izuku Midoriya on the move. And these are two of the best decks when it comes to blocking attacks.
Yeah, these are two pretty defensive characters. Rodan is really, really good at string blocking, thanks to -3 speed effectively on almost every move. However, Izuku Midoriya on the move, once he switches to Quirks Unleashed, he just turns one attack into a mega attack and full sends it. And the -3 speed doesn't do much against that. So this is going to be interesting. I do suspect that it's going to be a little bit longer, like you, but we'll see. We'll see all the answers that Rodan has to Deku because Deku puts you on a clock. You must kill him before he establishes the stage to one-shot you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Midoriya's offense is really good into Rodan, right? Because he's not trying to put together a string of moves that Rodan can reduce the speed on and block. He's trying to produce one unblockably fast move, and he's doing it in a way where you don't get to use cards like Barrier Shield. You don't get to use enhances to reset the speed. There have been quite a few cards added through the Street Fighter sets that deal with this Midoriya combo, but they're not on Rodan symbols, right? My Fist Solve My Problems, not going to be available to this Rodan deck. So it'll be very interesting to see how things go because I think historically Rodan does struggle in this matchup, but we saw Andrew Porat win this matchup to then go on to win the Denver Regionals. So it's definitely not skewed too far one way or the other.
Yeah, in my opinion, it depends on how aggressive the Rodan can be. Midoriya is typically weakest the turn that they transform into Quirks Unleashed, and that'll typically happen in turn 2 for a lot of Midoriyas. Some Midoriyas like to stay on the front side for a couple of turns, especially if they have a vestige or two in hand. But typically, you, at least in my opinion, you really want to attack hard that turn that they transform. At least get Midoriya to 15-ish health, and then you can build up and then get one more attack turn before Midoriya ultimately one-shots you. We're starting off with Animus Shot. It's not going to be the scariest card in this matchup, but it is very important. I mean, we just saw Zeke Warchief win round 2. It would have been great in that matchup.
Yeah, the Zeke matchup was really interesting too because it felt like Bakugo had a great normal game plan, into what the Zeke deck was doing, but it didn't have any of the finer tech pieces, right? It didn't have any of the linchpin responses, and that's how this matchup's going to feel too. I think we see the Cape of No Return out on the Deku side. That's going to be something that Deku can use that, again, Rodan probably won't get to use. And I think the key for this matchup is going to be if we see a huge Hang 10 play to get the Deku way far ahead, because then we're going to see the game end much sooner than it normally would. Without that Hang 10 to draw a bunch of cards, we're probably going to be here for quite a few turns while Deku just builds and passes and builds and passes. Meanwhile, Rodan not going to have that luxury, which is something players usually get to do. They usually get to build and pass and build and pass. But I think I'm with you. I think this Rodan has to be incredibly aggressive. He's got to stay on top of things. He's got to try and, essentially end the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, Hang 10 is an interesting one. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle card. What I like so much about Hang 10 is it can give Midoriya like a second attack to add the stats to, because it allows Midoriya to ready so much of his stage. On the Rodan, you mentioned Andrew Porat, who won a regional this year with Rodan. One of the cards he was using was Ascend to Battle. And I haven't seen a lot of Rodans really use a ultra aggressive attack like that. There's with the Breaker 3 coming out in Attack on Titan 3, you have Dimensional Sphere, you have like Unyielding Destruction. There's so many kind of lower aggression options for Rodan to use and to really play a defensive game plan. There's also some great momentum outs that Rodan could have, like instead of Ascend to Battle, maybe playing repeated 100%, because Rodan's a great poke deck, build up that momentum, dump the momentum into a repeated, but that's going to take a couple turns to build up, and we really want to get as much momentum as we can for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, the deck I was originally going to play in Denver was Void Rodan without Ascend to Battle, and it's because that attack was not reliable for me in testing. You know, it was privy to barrier shields, it was difficult to check. You know, you typically had to play it on an 8 or higher, which, you know, lent itself to being incredibly late game. It was weak to Always Cool. That was a card that I expected to see a lot more of in Denver. One of the cards that I wanted to play Grog for. You know, I switched my idea at the last minute to play a deck that plays 4 copies of Always Cool, because Ascend to Battle is absolutely garbage against that card, right? So Ascend to Battle was absolutely instrumental to his win, but it definitely had its counterplay. And we see Rodan get a little bit of chip damage in here. We managed to hit with a Rejuvenating Smash, so got a little bit of extra card advantage. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in hand. That's a lot of cards. I'm really curious if those are all attacks and actions, you know, if these are all barrier shields and attacks, because otherwise I'd have to assume we'd want a much better build out of our Rodan deck.
Yeah, especially because this is the turn that this is going to be the weakest Midoriya is the entire game, this turn that he transforms. And so we really wanted our stage to be as wide as possible to play as many attacks as we can on this turn 3. I know that Void Rodans are defensive, and so a lot of times they will hold too many cards in hand because they're clutching that double barrier shield, and they're just desperately hoping that you attack into them.
Yeah, and now we see the Tattered Costume. So this is even a cancel for things like Barrier Shield. It also cancels keyword abilities on non-attack cards. I think that's something that goes under the radar a lot because of how focused we were on powerful actions throughout the last like 10 to 12 months of competitive play. But this cancels powerful on an attack card. So that's going to be something that you really have to watch out for. We were talking about, you know, the repeated 100% smash, you know, and I think we've seen Bullet Kick even get checked here as a powerful move. That's something you got to really keep in the back of your mind, that not only is it potentially going to get canceled after you spend all your momentum, but it's going to let the rival draw another card as well.
Yeah, is there a reason Keeping Ari Safe is committed, or do you just forget?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Is there a reason Keeping Ari Safe is committed on Rodan's stage?
I'd have to assume he checked the 3 to play Sweeping Daggers.
No, he checked a 5. He checked a 5. He never readied it at the start of his turn.
Oh, we saw that earlier with the Zeke character. Hopefully he'll recognize that. He'll probably pay attention to that.
But this is bread and butter Deku defense.
Yeah, so this is you.
Oh no, we added this in with Smokescreen. Okay, that's a pretty cool play, adding in the aerial Goblin Bolt in that manner.
Sorry, we did what?
Did he? How did that aerial was that aerial Goblin Bolt a block? Because that's kind of typical bread and butter Deku defense is block with aerial Goblin Bolt. Now I've got my cancel on stage. Oh, we flashed
the move. Okay. We flashed Sweeping Daggers so it doesn't remove our win con from the game, and then we blocked with Goblin Bolt.
I see.
Smokescreen adds the card face down, and I believe Smokescreen's also committed.
Yeah, very true. I forgot we were Quirks Unleashed for just a moment, but that's flash the first one, and we still have a cancel for anything future that could harm us. I said this is going to be the weakest turn that Deku has, and it's not looking that weak. Aerial Goblin Bolt, Cape, Tattered, we're sitting pretty.
Yeah, and that's kind of what's crazy about it, right? Is the turn that he's the weakest is the turn where he gets to flash your move and draw a card. So we're only going to get +2 speed here. Looks like we're going to cancel that +2 speed with the Aerial Goblin Bolt. Absolutely incredible stuff here, fighting over the stats. Because now that we're transformed, we don't have that -3 speed on every move, but we do have an Aries Smile. So talking about keeping Aries safe, we got Aries smiling here, checking the Aries Smile. That's always a good luck move. I don't know if anyone's ever talked about that. It's something I've kind of, we call it the true combo, when you check the card to play the card. And that's usually a sign of good luck. So I would be pretty surprised here if this Deku doesn't take down game one, because it looks like he's got an answer for just about everything. He's got the card flow coming in with Heroic Passion. He's got Cape of No Return. He's got Tattered Costume. I mean, I don't know what Rodan can do from this point on besides just having the greatest aggro 5 checks turn of all time. And he's only going to have 1 or 2 more turns to pull it off.
Yeah, that's the issue. The best thing Rodan can do is try and build up momentum, but it's going to be hard to get any momentum for the rest of the game.
Well, I mean, what's he going to spend that momentum on, David?
Right, he's going to spend on the repeater that's going to get canceled. There has to be but we have Hacker Extraordinaire, don't we? If it's not on, we do have one on stage, so we could flip the Tattered Costume and the Cape.
That is what I was looking for as the answer. Is it's the Hacker Extraordinaire. That's why we need the momentum. We're going to have to deal with these nasty assets, but by flipping those assets, we are theoretically pushing Deku closer to his win condition, because the win condition of this Deku deck is have enough foundations to commit to one-shot our opponent. And I think theoretically, if we have a Phantom Threat in hand, I think we actually have just enough foundations. If we wanted to risk checking a 5 here, I think we'd have to commit everything, because we do have the Defiant stance to ready itself, right? So the math is not looking good for Rodan here.
No, and Heroic Passion is one of those cards that's just great in Deku. You get to commit it and draw, and so even if you don't play an attack, even if you just build, it effectively replaces itself, because you commit it, you draw into another foundation, you build that foundation. So it's almost like it didn't even have to commit itself.
And the best part is that you do it at form speed. You don't even have to play an attack. You don't have to let your opponent get an enhanced step. You don't have to risk them Genkaizing you or anything like that. So
we are going all in on the Phantom Threat. You were right. We sensed lethal. We go for it. We have to check a 5. We check a 3. Deku has put himself from a 90% win probability to giving Rodan a complete opening.
All right, correction. This is the weakest turn that Deku will be. Now, granted,
I mean, Deku had a stranglehold on the game. I understand it is hard to pass up check a 5 win. I understand that. I just think that, man.
So what's interesting is we had 4 activations of Deku, right? So that's plus 12 damage.
Yeah, and then 3 more from the momentum. Yeah.
Plus the 1 moment. I think we were going to end up being 1 damage short anyways. By my math, I think we were actually 1 short. Because I think I counted the Defiant stance as 2 activations when it's just 2 foundations. So, but he went for it, and luckily for Deku, Rodan has no punish game. Getting gifted a free turn. Absolutely insane stuff. But Deku has 1 less foundation now, right? We added 1 of those foundations to our momentum. So we're going to have to build out again. Absolutely wild stuff here. And this is the deep waters that we were talking about before the game started. We've had every game on stream go into overtime. And this one, probably is going to end up there as well. As while I do think Deku is going to win the game as soon as he draws another Phantom Threat or potentially a Wingnuts or whatever disbars the opponent from playing enhances, that game too is probably going to be a lot more careful. You know, we're probably going to play a lot more careful on the Midoriya side.
Yeah, that was yeah, you said he had good luck. He checked the he checked the airy smiles on the airy smiles, and now fortune is smiling on him.
Well, so the good luck, right? You might think that the 3 check was bad luck, but the good luck was that the opponent didn't have a punish for that. So he still is really lucky if you think about it, and the fact that Rodan just only built foundations.
Yeah, so this, Rodan was given this extra turn here. So now Rodan does have the stage to start a long string. It's going to take some insanity to deal 25.
Yeah, the real question is, do we have any response speed reduction, any response speed ability to help our check? Because Rodan theoretically could just build out and have enough foundations to block one move. You know, if we only activate 5 times, I guess the Phantom Threat gets 5 additional speed, but if we have just a Wing Nuts and not a Phantom Threat, plus 15 speed might not be enough if Rodan just has 15 foundations, right?
Right. It's good. I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to require some calculations. I will say that Deku on that turn, they had built 4 foundations, and so they only had 2 in hand. And I'm not seeing a lot of draw in Deku's stage. Plus, I'm not seeing some like traditional defensive foundations that you might normally see in Deku, like cheerleader or like shutdown. And so I don't think I don't think that Deku's stage, when I'm looking at it, I don't think it's impossible to get through. I think you could easily exhaust the resources in Deku's hand. I'm just not confident that Rodan, if that happened, would still be able to deal the 25.
Yeah, it because looks like we're activating Deku for a second time. No, counting it out. So Rodan has 15 cards in stage. So if we check a 5, we commit everything, we can pass a block on a 20. There are +0 block mods in the game now at a much higher rate than there used to be. We do even have cards that might potentially reduce the, like if there's a Wing Nuts. This is one thing I don't like about playing the Wing Nut Sabotage in Deku. Not only does the Deku deck not really play enhances anyways, so there's not a real trade-off, but what is the one thing that Wingnut Sabotage is that is bad in this format? It's a non-ranged high attack, which means if we put everything into a Wingnut Sabotage and Rodan blocks with a rising uppercut, we lose the game. But here's Phantom Threat. We check the 3. We have the additional resources this time.
We'll be double filled with doubt.
Double filled with doubt?
To keep it from getting flash.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, filled with doubt.
Well, the flash will happen. Yeah.
Well, no, filled with doubt would prevent it from gaining flash. Seal prevents it from, it loses the abilities and it can't gain it. However, this is 20 speed exactly. So Rodan either needs a +1 block, check a 6, or a +0 block, or a Genkai's Guidance, actually. So we're going to destroy 3 foundations. This is going to get tattered, costumed, and then we're going to do a second Genkai's Guidance.
I mean, yeah, that is we have to get through the tattered costume either way. Filled with doubt, Genkai's Guidance. We've got to get through it.
To be a stickler, you got to destroy the foundations first, because this matters for Rodan specifically sometimes. It's not going to matter here, though, because Tattered Costume is going to cancel the Genkai's Guidance. We see a second one in hand, though. So the Genkai stays there. He just wants to make sure he can draw the card before you potentially canceled the tattered costume, but second Genkai's is going to be the answer here, I assume.
Yeah, blowing up those 3 readies, blocking is not feasible. There has to be some sort of other answer.
Oh, okay. So we didn't do the fourth response. We entered the enhanced step, then we did the powerful,
Yeah, and then it should get flash
and then he drew a card and flashed it. So we had another Genkai's in hand, and we didn't Genkai's this.
He has another Genkai's in hand?
I thought I saw it. I could be absolutely tripping. He might have picked up the Genkai's while it was getting canceled. No, there's one in his hand right there.
Yeah, that was the only out. It's too late now.
Maybe he thought that when the Genkai's got canceled, the window wasn't open for him to Genkai's a second time. But that is a misplay that is going to cost you a game. There's no other way to put it. I mean, that was Genkai's twice or die.
Yeah, and if you stop that phantom threat, even though you're down 6 foundations, you have a theoretical chance.
Deku's committed out, right? Like,
yeah. There's a
Hacker
chance.
Extraordinaire for the cape. You've got one flash move you have to deal with. I mean, that was incredibly winnable once the double Genkai's happens, but we didn't get the double Genkai's. So unfortunate here for Ishmael.
Yeah, and Kevin probably has no idea how lucky he got.
Yeah, dude, if Kevin has no idea that there was a second Genkai's, I mean, I don't, and I don't know what else Kevin can do there, right? Like, I don't know how many other action cancels he has in the deck. That was pretty much all or nothing there, but the true combo, checking Aries Smiles to play Aries Smiles, giving him that little bit of a luck bonus, I guess. But I'm blown away. I'm really curious. I don't know. Hopefully it's not that Ishmael just doesn't know that you can't double Genkai's, right? Because then if you're in his position and you think that that's like how the game works, you must think that this combo from Deku is like unbeatable, right?
Yeah, it might also be that maybe they thought that it wasn't going to be flashed. Maybe they forgot that like the first enhance could be powerful and then flashed. Maybe.
Yeah.
They might have thought they could use the barrier shield.
That's potentially it too. But I mean, that's just another instance of not really understanding like the sequencing of the game, right? Like how the back and forth really kind of works. But I could see that. I could see like the mental misstep of thinking, okay, cool. Well, he only responded 4 times. We're gonna go do the enhanced step. I'll just barrier shield now that there's no tattered costume. I could see that being like the mental misstep, but double Genkai's in hand, you gotta rip it.
Yeah, feels bad, but you got to do it. I mean, that was the one chance to win. Okay, so Deku had, I would say, a very good like kind of wraps on the game, control of the game throughout. However, that was almost did it once, checked the 3 and left himself committed, and had the double Genkai's come down, would have been a second time leaving himself too committed. Do you think he's being a little too aggressive here, playing a little too loose?
I mean, yeah, you want to talk about playing loose? The 3-check fail on the first Phantom threat definitely opened a door, opened a window. So it's like I said, I think that the matchup is tough for Rodan, but Rodans have game into this matchup. They have ways to win. So I'm very excited to see how this shakes up. Hopefully for our Rodan player, it goes a little bit better, a little bit easier. But as we always like to mention, we're almost halfway through the round. If every game takes 25 minutes, we're not going to get to a game 3. So this is a must win for Rodan here.
Yeah, and preferably win as soon as possible. I mean, we're looking for a build 5 here on turn 1 to put us in a really good position to because we're going to get a turn 2 and a turn 3 that are pretty well set up, because turn 2 Deku won't have a crazy stage, maybe won't have a vestige in hand, although this list is playing a good amount of vestiges. And then turn 3 they'll have spent 3 foundations to transform. So Rodan should have at least 3 attacking turns here, and if they can get a really strong build early on in this game, they can set themselves up. So looks like they will go for the 5th foundation. Check a 3 on it. Not what you wanted to see.
Yeah.
Oh, double, please, for Deku. Sets him up really well. Now if Rodan attacks, Deku could go into his turn 2 with 6 foundations.
Yeah, we love desperate play in this house, and for Midoriya, it's even better because again, his win condition is build a certain number of foundations, right? And desperate play allows you to build while playing defense. Not only does it allow for some really great tricks, it's like a trap card almost from the hand that you can surprise your opponent with. It turns non-foundation cards into foundations because you can build them face down, right? So if you don't need this, sweeping daggers, this hang ten, this whatever attack, you can just build it face down and it becomes part of your win condition. So definitely good to see 2 of them.
Yeah, the double desperate plea might have, if I was Rodan, might have gotten me just to build. If I could build 4 or 5 cards, you can pretty much build your entire hand as Rodan, because Deku's not putting forth any real offense on their next turn. But I understand this is a poke deck and then pay off the momentum. So we'd like to get a little bit of damage and a little momentum here.
Yeah, you got to take damage anywhere you can against this Deku deck. Luckily, Dekus have not been playing a ton of life gain. There's some really interesting life gain options for the Deku deck, though. There's the 6 check from Attack on Titan 3 that says if no damage was dealt this turn, you gain a life at the end phase. And Dekus are really good at blocking and taking no damage, and they certainly play enough turns on their own turn, where that 1 health gain over and over can add up, right? So luckily they haven't gone on to that. So every little bit of damage you can get matters. But we immediately have the Goblin Bolt into the Blitz, did not wait for his opponent to respond at all. Maybe he wanted to Nonagon first,
I don't understand playing Aerial Goblin Bolt here unless we're just like desperately searching for foundations, which would make sense to then, commit Heroic Passion and get a draw. So we might just be filled with attacks and Deku, and we really don't want attacks right now.
So there's 2 reasons I can think of. One, we, committed the Heroic Passion to get a card draw, so enter the enhanced step, decommit, draw a card. 2, there might be a Fajin Flurry that comes after this, right? There might be oh no, because we can't really, well, we get 1 momentum from it, I guess, with Deku's enhanced. So and having to seal the Nonagon first to be able to do that. So this seems like a momentum play, like a macro sort of play. Sealing the Nonagon so we can play the sweeping daggers without it getting sealed. So we can get rid of the rival sweeping daggers so we can get rid of the rival sweeping daggers. They're chain sweeping daggers. Blitzes. Now, unfortunately, because this is a blitz, removing Rejuvenating Smash will not let you draw 2 cards and gain 2 health because it is beyond the response step. But it looks like we are going to have a choice of maybe a World's Weakest Hunter. Oh, Ice Sword Execution.
Ice Sword is interesting. I mean, so in my opinion, like whenever I see a Deku play an Aerial Goblin Bolt on offense, I'm just kind of happy because we know Rodan's going to want to push pretty hard on their next turn. They've got 8 foundations. It's really nice to get that bolt out of the way. Getting Ice Sword means we're being kind of aggressive.
Yeah, what's interesting here is we could have responded with Science Bros to draw a card, because the Science Bros could have been a target for me personally to get rid of with the Ice Sword. So when those sweeping daggers get removed from the game during the blitz, I believe is Science Bros. Maybe it's for a cost. Maybe I'm tripping. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure it's not tied to your effect, right? Just after you remove one. Oh, it is to pay a cost. I'm tripping. Take it back. Brian, delete everything I just said. So we do get to draw a card with Science Bros when we Rodan in hand. So that's cool.
Here's my interest. We've blocked with Science Bros, and we've blocked with Botan's coaching. I would have built that Botan's coaching on our previous turn, unless we drew into it off of something.
We might have drawn it with the Science Bros, but we did check a supersonic flight, which means that no more pokes were really going to be advantageous for us. We're only going to build 2 foundations, though, and we got no momentum as Deku, so we drew, I think, 1 card off that turn. We dealt 2 damage. Not the turn you want to see for Deku. Not looking great, but as we stated before, once Deku achieves the correct size in his staging area, it's going to require basically a double Genkai's or like double filled without, or, you know, a combination, I guess, with filled without and Genkai's to survive the one-shot move. And we kind of feel that knowledge check in game 1, even though we had the answer.
Yeah, this is the turn where Rodan like needs to at least do 19 damage. Get Deku down to 10. That way, when you finally do push through his defense in a future turn, you can finish him off with something as your string ender. So I saw quite a bit of gray in Rodan's hand. We'll see what this sweeping daggers can pull off. Maybe Rodan has a rejuve in there that could fill up their hand with some more attacks. But this is going to get immediately Deku used on it into an Airy Smiles. Interesting to use a half block. We're really valuing the Airy Smiles, basically +1 to Rodan's difficulty for attacks, and it's going to get around Rejuve. Can you Desperate Plea and use Airy Smiles?
One more foundation in the stage, one more foundation closer to being able to count to Rodan's health total.
Do you block with this card?
We do have a Dedicate Your Heart coming out. I like that foundation a lot. 3 to foundation slots are so tough right now. There's actually so many I want to play, and even ones, there's a lot that they don't even necessarily feel like they're better than 2 diffs, but they would be too good if you could combine them with other 3 diffs, right? So it's pretty tough to find a lot of those, because like I don't think Dedicate Your Heart is better than most of the 3 diffs that I want to play, but I do really want to combine it with cards like Thunder Spear Demo, so it's tough.
I like Dedicate Your, like on stage we could re-ready Moment of Normalcy, we could re-ready Masho Concealment. Now both of those re-readies are much better into different matchups than this. Deku is Deku does, in my opinion, not really play UniVersus. It's a version of the game. It's not the true game. We're just building until there's the one shot and there's no enhanced step. So I mean, like those good plays of Dedicate Your Heart that Rodan normally would get aren't going to be too functional here, although we're going to be having to go on a long attack string to push through Deku, and so getting some re-readies isn't nothing. I feel kind of like, once again, the story of this round is just missed opportunities for Rodan. We kind of missed the opportunity last turn. Not through any fault of our own. It looked like it was mostly just a kind of poor draw. We're giving Deku lots of chances to find lethal.
Here's the Heroic Passion plus Defiant Stance. So we're gonna get to draw a card. We're gonna get to Ray Defiant Stance. It's 2 activations. We're gonna play a Sweeping Daggers. This is now 11 mid for 10. Pretty rare to see the poke game, but we saw Sweeping Daggers get rid of 3 attacks the first time around, including those first 2 Sweeping Daggers. But do we have an answer before this blitz goes off?
Yeah, I mean, if we did, we could use the Nonagon, but we probably don't want to use one of our action answers from our hand until Deku's whole stage goes sideways. What would the best thing to grab be? A bullet kick would be interesting. No, it's definitely going to get blocked.
We get to remove another Sweeping Daggers, which means we get to chain yet another another card here. I think taking the repeated and readying Heroic Passion is actually a cool play. Yeah.
He does not get to ready with repeated because sweeping's not a punch.
Sweeping doesn't copy all the keywords, only copies the abilities.
Yeah. He should not be allowed to ready. Hopefully the judge catches it.
Oh, it gains all abilities, keywords, and keyword ratings. What are you talking about, David?
Oh, I was thinking of the walk the dog ruling because it was not named walk the dog
because it doesn't. Yeah, walk the dog looks for cards named walk the dog. It does not gain the name.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it gets the keyword.
They, sweeping, they really need to buff it. They need to say it also gains the name.
It should gain the stats too, right? Like he should just add 4 speed and 6 damage. It should probably like add a bonus to your next check as well. For every attack you removed during the blitz step, you should get a +1 to your check.
Yeah.
Sweeping Daggers also needs another ability that says if you win the game, you get to take your opponent's best card and add it to your deck.
For the rest of the regional.
For the rest of all time. It's your card now. It is a thief card, right? So it would make sense stealing your opponent's cards. Oh, you should get to keep all the cards you removed with it. That'd be sick. If you win the game, you just steal your opponent's removed from game pile. It's now yours.
I guess re-reading the Heroic Passion really didn't do too much because he doesn't get to use the response a second time. It's just once per turn.
That's true. It is really funny that I've probably played a bunch of this deck and Heroic Passion in general, and I always forget that it's once per turn because it feels like it shouldn't be once per turn, right? Like if you ready it, I get that it's on the air symbol, but like if you ready it, you deserve to draw another card though. But I mean, it will be ready for the next turn. We could always transform back into frontside Deku for free and then have better defense against Rodan's string offense.
Yeah, the Animus shot comes in. What's your thought on Deku? So Deku was a character that I was heavily considering playing for Louisville. I got kind of bullied off of Deku actually by teammates. Wasn't very nice. I was pretty locked in on Deku the week before. And then I ended up playing Peak in the end. But
playing against Unyielding too much?
Yeah, I was just thinking I was going to end up in the draw bracket. With a couple games just were taking forever.
Interesting. I know that the Deku deck's not like super fast turn count wise, but I always find it's one of the faster decks to play. The win loss is kind of binary. Either you build a huge stage and you just dunk your opponent, or you sit there and block forever. So I guess
it is one thing I was having trouble with was like against Will's Hanj deck. I was struggling to get through like double desperate struggles.
Yeah, okay.
That's a great Deku answer. Or like with Ross, he was always having like Dr. Ichigaki out.
Right.
Yeah, the double unyielding plays. The unyielding decks would wait to use they would kind of bait your Deku early because you almost have to use Deku on some of those moves, and then they would play the unyielding and gotcha unless you have an aerial goblin bolt.
If you listen to how most people tell it, Deku always has flash your first move, block with aerial goblin bolt. So he's supposed to be immune to unyielding that way, but I don't know if I believe it.
But then they'll have double unyielding and they'll get through the aerial goblin bolt,
Right.
and they'll get I don't know. My experience was I was like, I'm going to get stuck in the draw bracket. So I ended up moving off of it, but I was only playing 12 attacks. And this Deku, as we saw in that earlier turn, is definitely playing a healthier attack ratio where they did actually, sweeping daggers into animus shot.
So
we entered the enhanced step at least a couple times.
I think there's two reasons for that. One is there's a lot of decks that are willing to not play defense at you, or at least not like proactively. There's a lot of decks where you have to be targeting backups to slow them down. So having cards like sweeping daggers to target the discard pile and to attack backups is a little too much versatility. With cards like Hang 10 being added to the game, that's another attack that you just really want to run for the macro advantage, right? For the card advantage. And we've seen now from the pivot from good to the air symbol, there's just more attacks worth playing. There's so much value you can get from these dirtily attacks that you don't necessarily care if they deal damage. So I think that's a big part of it. A big part of the appeal to me for Deku is playing a lower attack count, but because of cards like sweeping daggers, because there's so many answers, because of cards like unyielding destruction, I think you have to be at least willing to play a more normal game plan sometimes.
Yeah, it is hard to pass up sweeping. It's hard to pass up animus in a backup meta like we've seen.
You gotta have aerial goblin bolt as a defensive fixture, right?
Yeah, that was my thing. Is I was playing aerial goblin bolt, Fojin, basically phantom threat, and then animus shots in the side, because it felt like when I went up to 14, 16 attacks, I was drawing too many. It's like because Deku just wants to build and get to that stage. That was an interesting turn here where we're flashing the second move. We didn't flash the first. We almost committed our entire stage to block it. We used the Airy Smiles. Now we're flashing the Rejuve, it looks like. But after the Rejuve, Deku's kind of open. Now we're flashing the Rejuve, it looks like. But after the Rejuve, Deku's kind of open. Genkai's Guidance. Is Guidance a card that you don't see too much in Deku because it's
coming almost exclusively to resource count? It doesn't feel good to have to use it. And
yeah, and we're choosing to build as Rodan again. Missed opportunities have been the name of the game for the round. Is like that was an opportunity. You put one more attack out, play it on a 6, get Deku to turn sideways. Everything after that is dealing damage. What's that?
Did we just reviewed a Jin's Parry, the +3 mid that ignores progressive? That's like a perfect card.
He might have been more worried about like Trigrav.
I suppose, but yeah, okay, yeah. I guess flashing Rejuve doesn't do a lot, is how I can cope with the fact that we didn't just block the Rejuve. Flashing Rejuve doesn't really do anything. I'll get behind that.
Yeah, there's no abilities to lose, but that might come at the expense of right now. Maybe those 3 foundations were the difference between lethal and not.
Yeah, maybe that's not a Jin's Parry. I can't tell what the card on top is, but that would have been a block on a 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Once again, we're leading with Aerial Goblin Bolt on offense.
Oh, that might be an Elegance and Beauty, the Chun-Li card. I guess that's what it is. Looked like a zero diff, but here's Goblin Bolt.
Let's see. Did you see what we chose to seal? Or did it get nonagoned? Wouldn't make too much sense to nonagon it. Just let your nonagon get sealed.
Yeah. You either debuild one or you keep the nonagon. So, but nonagon response would get rid of the cancel. So, I think it's worth it to nonagon here. Nope, we get the nonagon sealed.
Yeah, there it goes. We have an action cancel on stage. We have stopping for breakfast. It's important, for Deku to at least have a tattered costume or stopping for breakfast before they feel comfortable going for it. We have double Defiant Stance, so that counts as 4 foundations. We could see forms after Aerial Goblin Bolt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the biggest things with Rodan is so defensive. Like, we look at Rodan's stage right now. That's a very difficult stage to push through. There's a lot of speed reduction. We've got throw hate. We have resets. We have seals, enhanced cancels. Very difficult stage to push through. But Deku just ignores it, and then Rodan kind of has no teeth on offense a lot of the time, unless you specifically build your deck in a way to have a lot more offense. But Rodan players are not going to be doing that 90% of the time. I think Rodan is like similar to King Ghidorah. I mean, they come out of the same box. It's about staying alive and backswinging your rival. All right. I'm having trouble deciding what is taking this Aerial Goblin Bolt so long.
It's tough, I mean, when we're sitting up here, everything seems so easy, right? We've got the eagle's eye view, and it's very deterministic from our seat a lot of the time. But when you're sitting there in the hot seat and you're trying to think of what could my opponent have, what's all the different plays that they can make, it's a little bit of a different story. But we do see a bunch of forms coming down now. We've got an enhanced cancel on any card. We have a enhanced cancel on a foundation. We have an action cancel, and we play a violent animus shot, which passes. So I'm very curious to see what the stats are on this one. I think we had 4 activations.
Yeah, it would have been bad. It would have been bad if we checked a 3 there, because we would have had to lose the stopping for breakfast. Checking the 5, we get to keep it. That's going to be very important. It looks like it is 19 speed. If Rodan checks a 5, they can block a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. Yeah, this is going to be unblocked. This is unblockable. Rodan needs 2 actions in hand again, or this is going to be game.
Yeah, because the tattered costume gets canceled by Aerial Goblin Bolt. The moment of normalcy gets canceled by the Masho concealment. So, and the first action gets canceled by stopping for breakfast. So we need 2 actions and or a way to interrupt our rival's ability to cancel our abilities, basically. So, like, if we had a card from hand that could commit Masho concealment, we could moment of normalcy this.
Yeah, this is looking a lot like game one. Genkai's guidance comes down. It's gonna get canceled. Do you have something else?
Oh wait. Is the cape in the card pool? It's not even in the stage.
Yeah, it's in the card pool.
It was a block. Never mind.
Yeah, it was the aerial goblin bolt. Yeah, this
Oh, and our rival does have a backup, so this will become a flash. That's crazy. Shifting the Falco's Jaw Titan attacks turned this into a flash attack.
yeah, which keeps the moment of normalcy from not being able to be used. He's never going to shift that again the rest of the day.
Certainly not against an Animus Shot deck. Yeah, this is looking like game 19 high for 20 flash. Don't know what else we could do. Again, this is a ranged attack, so even the rising uppercut is not going to do it. And with just under 10 minutes left in the round, Deku is going to take this 2-0. This has been our fastest match of the day, David.
Deku and Rodan, two characters known for ending matches quickly, and that is going to we had a small scheduling adjustment. With the end of this round, we are going to be on to our lunch break. Lunch break, I believe, is going to be an hour and a half. A little bit extra time here. You know, they do things differently in Spain, a little slower pace, longer time to go and grab some food. By the way, the city, I googled the city. It's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I saw some pictures. Levi was sharing some pictures. There's some beautiful scenery in the background. So hopefully we get some more of that Alicante, Spain B-roll for the future. But we're gonna take a small little break. We might come back in between. I'm sure we'll have something to talk about, have like a character breakdown and stuff for you guys in the meantime. But for right now, regional. We'll see you guys soon.
actually think of me as less than you. Just wish that I knew how something like that could happen. Maybe it's just in passing, 'cause nothing is everlasting, no. But like really though, how do you know that I can overcome all of the obstacles? She just looked me in the eye, said it's gonna be alright, 'cause I know that's how it goes. The only thing we know is that we change. Nothing's ever gonna stay the same forever. Forever. No, it won't, 'cause no one ever does. You just have to learn and learn to trust whenever. Whenever. As blue as the sky above you. It's true that it won't end this way. If you lose and get sad about it, just know it's gonna go away. It doesn't make sense that somebody else got all of the praise when you did the same thing. It doesn't feel real when they all say it's the same rules when you play, when you know that's not the case. The only thing we know is that we change. Nothing's ever gonna stay the same forever. No, it won't, 'cause no one ever does. You just have to learn and learn to trust whenever. As blue as the sky above you. It's true that it won't end this way. If you lose and get sad about it, just know it's gonna go away. As blue as the sky above you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are post lunch break. We got 3 more rounds of play today, and I think it was time for the top tables. Don't you think, Sam?
I think so. I think we've got our next match as a, I don't know if you want to say it's a hallmark of where we're at in the format, but I think these are two polar opposite decks.
Oh yeah, we have Mike Hardiman. The like this guy is a legend of the UK scene. He's playing Pony Earth. We're gonna see some new, we get to see some cool TMNT cards in this deck that I'm all for. And then on the other side of the table, we have we're going with Godzilla on Chaos being played by David Diaz. So another player from the region for this matchup. Like this is gonna be. I mean, Godzilla's the most represented character in this weekend. I think there's like 9 of them. Like we're gonna see one eventually.
Yeah, by far. We'll have the character breakdown for you guys after this round, but by far Godzilla is the most represented character in this tournament. So I would be very surprised if at least 1 or 2 don't make top cut, right? And so we are going to see 2 characters that might appear to play the game very similarly, but Godzilla has this huge health total. He's great at taking damage. He's great at face tanking, and he really wants to kind of trade back and forth with you, big blow for big blow. And typically, Pony is a death of 1,000 cuts character, right? It's usually about how many attacks can this character play in a single string in one turn. But there's been some new additions from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that might make this Pony deck feel a lot more like Godzilla.
Yeah, there's the addition of Genghis Frog, the temperamental toad, being an ally has definitely brought this deck up a level. You're now on the Hunter's Ally lead. lead off now, and you just go, all right, I'm gonna build an ally out of my discard pile. All my attacks have +3 for the turn. Like, what do you do? Like, you put Godzilla static on a backup. It's crazy.
That is true. And speaking of Godzilla-esque things, Godzilla's pretty good at getting +2 to his checks to play attacks. And we've got a city rampage turn 2. So
Yep.
this is going to be +2 to our checks to play all of our 5 difficulty or higher moves. You have to imagine that's all of them. And here is my personal favorite leadoff attack, Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken.
Yeah, this ultra rare from Undaunted Raid continues to see play. Like, it's one of the cards that I'm like, I'm gonna be sad when this card leaves the format for standard. I think this has been a staple in all 3 symbols. Almost always there's a deck every set release. There's always a deck that finds to play for it. It's been a homing Godzilla, especially the chaos builds for so long now. Like, I can't think of a deck like it's just such a strong control piece in this across it.
Yeah, it's a double-sided snipe, right? It gets rid of assets. It takes care of foundations. It has been the best leadoff attack for those reasons, right? Get rid of the answers before the rival can use them. And we do see that the Inspiring Song is getting used. It looks like we've got +3 to our next check coming in. And that's going to be another Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. So as much as Mike wanted to deal with that first one, got the block down, prevented it from going to momentum, a second commit and freeze effect is going to be coming down now.
Yeah, that's now if we're getting a little crazy here with this, because we have 2 cards locked down in for our next turn. It's gonna be a little tough to play through, but I think we'll make worth of it. I mean, we see that Mike is also playing another card for the TMNT that I think just slides right into the pony decks, Flying Elbow Drop. Because know what Pony does? Pony discards 2 cards for their ability. So why not get a free attack out of it?
Yeah, it's almost like if you discard a Wish Heart, but guaranteed to draw like a 4 speed, 4 damage attack. And we've got more check bonuses coming in here. It looks like the Smashing Stomp is going to come down after that Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken deals damage, leaving Pony at a precarious life total. I don't think this one's going to be quite lethal, though.
We're gonna block with a 14 surrender to try, and we're gonna take 10, go to 2. Did we get the follow-up here? This check will be +3.
Yeah, Smashing Stomp importantly giving another +1 to the check and drawing us a card when it deals.
Yeah, now we're gonna do math. Oh, looks like we're gonna put the pause the brakes here.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start, though. 2 momentum. One of them is a speed pump, which I gotta believe that that +1 speed was pretty important there. It looked like Mike missed a block check by exactly 1, at least once, by checking those 3s. So pretty combined with the commit effects, right, from the Vast Hybrids. That was just enough stats to push through all that damage. Now we're gonna have check bonuses on our next turn to play attacks, regardless if we draw a city-wide rampage or not. So it's all going to come down to what the card draws are for Mike here, because 34 damage is very doable for a Pony, regardless of how many foundations she has.
Yeah, we're in that situation. We're gonna lead. That is a Hunter's Ally. Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
that is the promo one.
yeah, that's the regional promo, Hunter's Ally. Looks like we checked a Genghis Frog, which Mike very, very excited for, because that was the backup we were looking for. That Blitz is going to build us in the Genghis Frog, and now all of a sudden this is a 4 high for 8. Like you said, we got that Godzilla static in our stage now, and Godzilla might be in for a taste of his own medicine.
Yep, and we're gonna discard. Looks like we discarded a Frail Streak here. We got to then respond with Science Bros. So +1/+1 and we'll draw 2 cards, and we'll get 2 counters. And we're just gonna draw a card here with the fearsome. We're in a situation like Godzilla's like not like we're at 34 health. Like, but the thing is now the +3, literally after you play 2 or 3 attacks, you're literally playing the damage worth of an extra attack that Pony had to usually come up with.
Yeah, exactly. The death by 1,000 cuts is now looking more like death by a couple of barrels in a shotgun because this this is sometimes a 4 high for 8. We only have 2 face down foundations at the moment, unfortunately, but this is one of the best attacks and one of the reasons to play the Earth symbol Pony.
And we on this discard for the Pony ability, we discarded a flying elbow drop, which has now been removed. It can be played at any point this turn. It doesn't have to be the next attack. It's just you can play. I believe it's like you could just play it.
Yeah, which is very cool stuff. You know, we had talked a little bit about before we went live, you know, and we talked about it earlier. It's like drawing an attack. You know, the 4 high for 4 might not be the most impressive, but it's all about that consistency. And now that we have the Genghis Frog out here, it's not going to matter too much which attacks that we play, right? It's going to be about how many can we pass. And Ponies starting with at least 1 counter means we're going to get to clear out the first 2 attacks that we played this turn before having to resort to some other way to get counters or some other way to clear our card pool.
Yeah. And now we're just sending cards. We're just sending cards out of our hand here. We have all the advantage we need. Like double battle aura is such a like, all right, you have to start blocking now. These are starting to these are like chipping away.
I'm a little surprised Godzilla opted to use a momentum here. I guess that means that we are going to have the opportunity to block twice. We did draw a card with that fearsome transformation. So even if we don't win on this turn, forcing the rival to use some resources defensively could be the difference between, you know, life and death next turn, because that's just a partial block.
Yep.
You have the third battle aura release. So when you play attacks that draw cards, they're going to draw themselves, but we're not going to end up with enough counters to clear our card pool after this. So we might be done attacking depending on what the next check is after this.
I think we're deciding, are we going to activate? Yep. We're just going to put 2 speed on and draw.
Yeah. So this would be a great place for one of my favorite cards to run in Pony. Which is I just lost the name of it because I was looking at the promo that got discarded. It's the Asui 2 foundation. When you discard it, I think it's problem solving. You get +1 to your check, right?
All right. We're down to 9.
So this would be a great place to have something that buffs our check, helps us play our next attack. Because right now we're just hoping to check a 5, commit 1 foundation, and this is perfect, Jesse. This is not only going to be a lethal presenting attack, but it's going to leave the card pool. We're going to clear our card pool. We're going to be down to 1 progressive after this.
We got 9. We found Mikasa admissions. There we go. That's it.
There is going to be game 1. So David able to put Pony down to 2 health, put Mike Hardiman on the ropes, but the rare 2 health anime power up. Typically 2 is not enough to go to the next level and go beyond, but Mike Hardiman showing why he is a 2-time cardboard winner, I believe, national champions both times.
Yeah, so we're gonna head to the sideboards now, and we are like both of these people. It looks like both decks here. I'm looking through. What do we got for sideboards? We got some extra moments of normalcy. I see some filled with that floating around the Godzilla sideboard. I wouldn't be surprised if those popped in. Let's see what Mike's got on his side here. We got. I don't think I want to dribble by Retribution of Godzilla. I think that's the one that is one of the few. Like, there's not the unless they. Like, it's like I don't want to take 10 too many times. like you only have that much health. I don't think it's worth to take extra retribution. But there's some options here.
So, Driven by Retribution, one of the things that's cool about it is you can use it with a partial block. You just have to take damage. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be unblocked, but I'm kind of with you. Blocking a 9 to 12 damage move for half doesn't seem that great, especially when I'm gonna have to debuild myself as well.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what other options I. There's a couple of cards in the sideboard that I have not seen in a minute, and I'm like, oh, what was killing? Got killing the old. Like, I will lie, he has killing the old ways in the sideboard, and that's a great way to deal with moment of normalcy, which we know is in the, like we've seen it on the board. Like, I wouldn't mind first four. I'll flip for it and just flip and take care of a foundation I don't want to deal with, which is most likely the moment of normalcy, which resets, which is really out Godzilla's only out here. Of like, like he doesn't this deck doesn't play defensive foundations for the most part. It's all try to get further in your attack string. It always seems to be the line with Godzilla.
Note the very colorful morphing sleeves on Mike Hardiman's side.
Yeah.
It took me a minute to figure out what it was for a second. I couldn't tell what was in the middle, but very cool sleeves on Mike's side. I've casted over just like blank monocolor sleeves, so this is pretty cool. Sorry, I was just caught up on the
I'm
all the
I
deck is spread out.
mhm.
Yeah, that was. I think we're gonna see more of the same for games 2 and 3. This is gonna be a nice change of pace. If you were with us here for the last, gosh, 6 hours now for those first few rounds, I mean, we had a mill deck versus a character that self mills, and it still took the entire time limit pretty much for game one. And then we've had a backup deck that gains health versus Bakugo 4, who couldn't make him discard cards because when he gains health, he also draws cards. And that took pretty much all of our time to determine a winner. And then then round three, we had Rodan versus Deku, and that was our fastest match, actually, Jesse. I don't know if you were
I
sticking around for that one in stream.
look at this. I'm like, I mean, I always am amused by the so Sam. I think video and thought like I am a little bit of an aficionado of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They've been kind of like one of those things been in my life since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And the one thing I've always been amused by is so Eastman and Lard, who had the original comic. They were actually so against the color identification that the Turtles gained because of the children's TV show. They
Right.
really wanted to continue the everybody just wears a red. They're like, oh, yeah, they have names, but they're all wearing the same red mask.
Bandana.
It's like, and the joke was always, well, they have names now. Let's give them a colors. Let's give them personality. Okay, we're fine with it. And they just keep they every contract, because obviously the brand has changed ownership of now it's under the Nickelodeon banner for
Yeah.
all the years. Like every time they changes ownership, they have the same clause in their contract of like we just get a solid X percentage every time. So like they don't care at this point. They don't have to do a thing.
Right.
It's like yeah, change ownership. We still get our 5%. It just rolls to the next owner, and everybody's just like every time Nickelodeon tried to get it removed, I guess, and they're like no, the sale will not happen unless they approve of this.
Right.
And it's just random little things about the turtles I always enjoy. Like I was a little sure. I love the current iteration. I enjoy what they're doing. They're better. I would say this. I like it better than the Michael Bay iterations.
Well, that might not be too tough. I think Turtles kind of missed me. It was right in between, like they had just done like live actiony stuff that looked dated, and then by the time like I saw it in arcade machines, and those were like 80s arcades machines, so I was a 90s kid, and it just seemed like it was a little too retro. But I'm amazed, honestly, that the Turtles have managed to stick around, stay relevant, be one of those IPs that gets reutilized over and over again. But going into our round here, we've got Massive Swing as the opening attack. It's a 5 diff. If you have no momentum, sorry, you get a momentum. And also is powerful too. So we might see that come into play later in the game. This is, in my opinion, sort of like the budget option for Determined Advance. So I'm curious if Determined Advance will also be in this deck, or if this is just our not so ultra rarity version of it.
Yeah. This is the like I like the line here of like, hey, I'm gonna get my momentum and get out. Like he's doing the math. Like I'd rather it's better to like it looks like we got a fill without available if needed. So we're not looking we're not looking like we're not in bad shape here, I think. Let's see what Mike does here. Mike's gonna probably bring some heat though.
Yeah, pony decks are here for a good time, not a long time. Now you don't have to go in turn 2, but one of the hardest parts about playing the pony deck is that you can go in turn 2. And the possibility that he just puts up another 34 damage right here is not nothing, right? I mean, even though we don't have the Hunter's Ally to start off with to grab the Genghis Frog, it could easily be discarded for Pony's cost. We can play a Lethal Slash to clear the card pool again, and then play a Hunter's Ally on a 5 and, just add into the back end of our string there, as having the +3 damage. And again, the number of foundations you have is only relevant if you check poorly.
Yeah. This is a situation where we're just trying to look for we're just trying to eat the attacks he's holding more than anything. But it looks like what is that? I did not recognize that is one of the that is a metalhead card, and I am not why am I not recognizing that? Is that a disable enemy machines? I think is what that is.
Oh, the attack in Godzilla's card pool?
Yeah. I think
believe
that's
so, yeah.
what it is, because that's definitely not a channel energy. It's just a little like the foiling. I am definitely noticing the base foiling for the rares in TMNT have like when you're looking from a distance, they have like a surge look to it, like a wavy foil. And sometimes
Right.
when the light hits it wrong, you're just like, I can't tell what the card is.
Yeah, it can be pretty tough. I'll be honest, my feed is a little blurry at the moment, so I switched over to like what the stream is seeing. So it kind of escaped me.
Oh, I get it. Like I'm very. I know it's it's disabling machine. It's the only one it could have been, and which was the right block. Well, let's see what we can do.
It's
here.
tough too because I'm typically a stickler for being able to identify the cards, but a lot of times we have the same view the people at home do. So when the chat doesn't know what it is, it's probably hard for us to tell too.
We're gonna blow up the board because blow up the board, build 2, go. All right.
Hit the good old Godzilla restart button.
I mean, we got a card we want to see on that restart button. I really enjoy short-lived promotion in Godzilla. But you do the blow up the world, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna be a 7 hand size next turn. I'm gonna find my answer. I'm gonna find my line.
Yeah, we get the additional card draw, or I guess maybe not.
Looks like we might need to stand up for a second.
Yeah, so we did not use the short-lived promotion, which I'm with you. That definitely seemed like the plan. But then we also have the inspiring song, which can give you +1 to your check. So that's a a really nice one to have on a short board. We've got one momentum for Godzilla. So, I mean, we're a city rampage away from just absolutely dominating this game.
All right, let's go for. Let's see here. I think we're wondering. Yep, is it time to go on a rampage? And we're gonna come in with unfazed.
Ooh, okay, we might have a better use for this momentum than just a bonus to our checks. However, we did we did have to commit our inspiring song and our short-lived promotion. So short-lived as it was, I'd like to point out, Jesse, that
Yep.
if well, I guess we would have checked on the citywide rampage. I was gonna say if we used the short-lived, we'd be one card deeper in our deck, and we would not have checked a 3 there, but we would have just checked it on the citywide rampage anyways,
Mm-hmm.
which would have made it way riskier to play this unfazed, but you'd probably still be committed to it.
Here's the best part about playing Neville Drop: you can block with it when you do the when you do the removal. I love that.
Oh, that's true. You can play it during this turn. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I was waiting, like Mike did that last turn. He just David stopped attacking. And I was like, okay, are we gonna finally see the block from remove from pile? Like it's like the full value pony play. Like I'm gonna get some tokens, do this, and block with the card I discarded.
That is a pretty cool trick. That is yet another way that it kind of acts as +1 hand size when you discard it for the pony cost. But when you block an unfazed, rival checks get +1 for the rest of the turn. So we're still gonna take looks like we took 6 from this.
7.
7. Is it not, did we reduce the damage?
We moment a normal seed to print.
Oh, okay. It's everything got tech. I was looking at the text on Flying Elbow Drop. Okay, so we blocked the first one, which was for 11. We normal see the second one down to 7, but Godzilla is still basically 2 attacks away, and with +1 floating to the check, not gonna be enough unless Mike's a bro and tells him about the +1 he got from unfazed.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he forgot to do the unfazed response, which the judge might get him on, but looks like he's got the 3 set up there, right? So we at least get to pass this one, and luckily Godzilla's a continuous ability. He doesn't need to be ready to give damage. However, with +1 from Smashing Stomp and +2 from Citywide Rampage, I don't think that's enough to play another attack after this.
We're gonna use 2 counters.
Oh wait, no, we can because the unphase is for the rest of the turn. My apologies.
Yeah. We hoping not to check.
Oh,
That's what we weren't hoping for.
that was
Go to
close. We spent
5.
a lot of pony counters on that. We used pony to
Are we
to change the zone and reduce the speed.
check a 6?
Can't see the
I
check.
think we checked. No, we did not check it. Okay, I was like, did we
Oh.
check a 6? If you was check a 6, we get there.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I
that's
think we had +2 from Rampage, +1 from Unphase, and +1 from Stomp. So I think we actually just needed to check a 5 there because that would have been on a 9.
yeah. We checked an attack.
But unfortunate, we saw this happen in game 1. David put Mike down to single digits, and then Mike checked a Genghis frog, and it all turned around. So starting off this time not with a Hunter's Ally though, so he's going to need to find just a tiny bit more damage than he did in game 1. But like we've talked about before, Pony can absolutely put together huge strings on a small board.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna +2 damage with Ambition and draw a card with Feral Shriek. Man, Feral Shrieks are just like continue to do work. Like that is like I said when that card came out, that card will eventually be the most expensive rare in Attack on Titan, and I think it finally crossed that
Yeah.
threshold this past week.
Easily. It's honestly, it's got an underrated ability in your stage. One of the
I
things that
love doing
really,
that.
yeah, one of the things I really liked about TMNT is they've got cards that bounce foundations from your stage back to your hand, which is something we haven't seen in a while. And with, pre-attuned, you basically had to play a good deck to be able to do that. And so being able to use Feral during your rival's turn to cycle cards and potentially draw new cards if you have no cards in hand and then bounce it for later use, absolutely awesome stuff.
Mhm.
Speaking of awesome stuff, we have a completely clear card pool. That is peak pony gameplay, Jesse. We get
All right.
another wish hard discard.
We are just digging. This is when a pony's on like the third discard and they're still got gas. There's no gas to shoot it. It's like, all right, good luck.
Yeah, luckily for David, we haven't found the Genghis Frog tutor yet. The Hunter's Ally has not acquired us the Godzilla static. So we are gonna get to looks like we got to block here. We get to block, commit all the way out, save ourselves one attack.
I think we're just trying to find.
Did we pass that block? How did we reduce the speed? I must have missed something because that would have been on a 7 and Godzilla's committed. We didn't build anything last turn. We ended committed. So I think maybe he actually failed that and we just didn't clear it from the card pool because he knows the game is probably over.
Well, we blocked once with Fearsome. We blocked with Fearsome. We did earlier in the turn. We blocked the
Oh, did we check a 6?
On the
lethal
on
slash?
the lethal, there was a lethal slash. Yeah, we checked the 6 on the lethal slash.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. I thought. Okay, so we did manage to block once, which is crazy, honestly, to think about, especially since without the Genghis Frog, that could be the difference. If Mike only has 4 damage moves, he'd have to play 4 more attacks after this. And while we have been really lucky with these wish shards and these feral shrieks, at some point Pony doesn't have the cards in hand to keep clearing the card pool or the counters to generate.
I think we're trying to decide. Yeah, we're gonna try to fire this off and hope we check a 6. Oh,
yeah, this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. We went for the Genghis Frog. Now, granted, if we played anything there and check a 2, that's probably realistically the end of the string. But this is no more card pool clearing, no more hand fixing. I have no idea what Mike can do after this except pray that David doesn't draw a single attack.
Yeah, but now we did the best line. We know we can't keep going, so we go get Mondo Gecko.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So now we have a little bit of defense on our backups.
Yeah, a little bit of pivot room, a little bit of wiggle room there. I mean, it would have been crazy if we built the Genghis Frog and then played a Wish Heart on a 5. That was the only other line that went through my head is, Genghis Frog, and that would have been 15 damage exactly, right? 8 from Hunter's Ally, 7 from Wish Heart, which would have been pretty insane, but we did discard a whole lot of Wish Hearts this turn to draw those additional cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, one of those 2 checks gone. The flying elbow drop removed during the cycle.
And the usual thing is we have the immediate David has to use that momentum for Godzilla immediately, or it's gonna get radiant visage away.
Yeah, so no echo play off the first attack, right? Unless Mike somehow just misses it through an entire enhanced step, and that's not a gamble I'd be willing to take. I don't know about you, but we're even gonna read this radiant visage right now just to make sure.
I mean, when you've never seen some, especially the Critical Role promos, you have to I have to double check what the cards are half the time because they look so different.
They look so good, honestly.
Oh yeah,
they're by far my favorite promos I think we've I think they've retained their value the best. It almost makes me wish we could just be the Critical Role card game, so that all of our promos at every regional were these beautiful, like, stained glass style promos. Oh, well, I guess we can spend that momentum whenever we want. Mike's
Yep.
gonna Mike's gonna
But
scoop it up. He does not have a high block to even attempt.
we'll head to game 3.
Notably, Radiant Visage, I believe, is a +3 high block. I could be wrong.
It's a +3 high. Yep.
Yeah, Radiant Visage is a high block, so we built the block zone for that. But I mean, because we had -2 speed to that for Mondo Gecko, right? Based on the block mod of the attack. So Godzilla not pumping any speed, that one could have been blocked if we had the right zone. Without the right zone, that thing is lethal on a partial. And like we talked about earlier, Mike knows, as soon as you show me lethal, I want more time to play game 3. I want to get out of here. I want to, you know, uh, have more time to recuperate, win or lose, because he's got to win game 3 now, but now he gets to go first.
But we're gonna get this. We're gonna go. We have plenty of time here. That's the thing, is these are slobber knocker matches where we are just going
Right.
at each other's throats. Like we're like I've had back-to-back 1/2 game 60-minute rounds. If this one went to time, I'd be surprised. We'll see what Mike can do. Mike's going first here. He's looking for a 4 build, and to not check a lethal slash again.
Yeah, this is one of those times where, in UniVersus, the first 2 games, both decks are kind of doing their game plan, disrespecting each other a bit. And then game 3, things get serious. And you might see them get a little more conservative. Both games, these players have been committing out turn 2, to try and kill their opponent, and essentially getting a little bit punished for it. Granted, for Mike's side of things, it was in the form of the Godzilla reset, which, can we make a tally for the Godzilla reset working? I hear a lot of people, I don't know, which side of the fence are you on, Jesse? A lot of people think that the Godzilla board wipe is a trap and that it never works and that they always beat Godzillas who use it. I, on commentary, feel like Godzillas only win the games where they do the board wipe and, lose the games where they don't.
I think it's more of a. So here's my thought about Godzilla with their form. If you are going first, it is to your advantage to be able to go build on 1, attack on 2, blow up on 3, pressure on 4, and
Right.
hope you stumble them on their. You stumble them out through the game. On defense, it's commonly on defense. I see it. You have to. You see it's if they go build, you have to do it on 2. Like if Mike went build, which is unlikely, but well, maybe more likely.
It's
Mike's
probably
gonna
gonna
play
build
1
now, yeah. Although
Yeah.
it does look like this is a Hunter's Ally, so we're gonna get, I think, a Science Bros he showed off.
Yep.
As I was just asking him, do you have an ally? We do. It's going to be a 3 difficulty foundation, which is very, very strong with all these cards that remove themselves after we discard them, like Wishheart and Feral Shriek.
Yeah. Right now
And
we
I guess
are.
also the Flying Elbow.
Yep. We set up an elbow for this turn if we need to. Like, bring it. take the go to 25. All right. I'm gonna try the lethal slash. Yep.
Well, this is what I was talking about. Mike doing the opposite. He is continuing to disrespect his opponent, tapping out turn 2, potentially going to be really punished for this. David has missed the kill by just a couple of health points. However, Jesse,
Oh,
David's got 5 foundations built. We haven't seen him build this well before. And now this lethal slash is going to get locked in the card pool from Filled with Doubt.
yep.
Yeah, that was a quick enhanced step. Mike in choosing just to build out now, but only a couple of foundations added in. This is looking like David's game.
Mm-hmm. I won't lie. I like the play from Mike there of play the elbow drop at the end of the string just to get it back in your discard pile, so it's not like locked through. It's not locked out in the remove from game pile. I like that. That is something that many players wouldn't think to do, and because you don't know how long a game could go, and it's always better to keep your ratios up and get the card back into your deck because you may need to find one later. You have a better chance of finding one on a cycle later. Here comes that rampage.
Oh, there's a citywide rampage. Mike's got to be.
Oh no, we're doubling. Here we go.
Mike's got to be feeling the pressure now. Here's a double rampage. Checks for it. Hits a 6 off of it. Oh my goodness. How can you not win after this? If he doesn't win, I'm going to be so disappointed that we couldn't deal 22 to a pony with +4 to our checks to play attacks, +2 to every attack that we play. And we've even got a little bit of stat pumping from our stage.
Yep. Because we're going to gain a momentum here from swing. We can flip the foundation and we can flip finally free and get another one.
Yeah.
I don't see us failing any attacks here, but it's really going to come down to like, I think we just have 3 attacks though. It's going to be activate realization and like we have to find some attack somewhere. If there's an attack we can block, this is the only one that's probably going to be the blockable attack.
Yeah, notably, unfortunately, swallowed by an abnormal, our 1/6 foundation in stage gives 1 speed and 1 damage, but only to attacks with a printed difficulty of 6 or greater. So it's not going to apply here. But if we play an unfazed and we don't have to commit them to pass the check, which looks like we're going to get +2 to our check here, this could easily be a +4/+4 unfazed coming in. I want to see the finally free getting flipped here too, but it looks like we're not going to.
Check a 5. Check a 5. All right, we blocked the 1 attack. You
Just
want
barely.
20? Oh, here we go.
That's why. That's why we didn't do finally free. Okay. That makes sense.
Yep. He's like, Mike's like, what do you got?
Yeah, still with nothing committed. Potentially 2 momentum at play here, but no card draw, right? So it's going to be up to David. He's already played, 4 out of 6 cards. He's only got 2 cards left. However, only one of them needs to be an attack. Oh, we're going for the powerful Jesse. We got +2 to our check. This one's for 13. Any move will do it, and it's smashing stomp.
Yep.
And you see Mike already knows the check is going to pass.
All right, so David gets to be one of the 4-0s. More or less locking himself in for top cuts with a 6th round event. Mike's gonna head down to the X1 bracket after this, and I it takes
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
He'll be okay.
But that was definitely a back and forth game. I really enjoyed seeing that. Like we got to see Pony doing new Pony things with Hunter's Ally and the elbow drops. We got to see Godzilla doing Godzilla things.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jesse. I was iffy on the elbow drop, but after seeing him block with it, I'm definitely much more interested in seeing elbow drop than Pony. But Godzilla is here to stay. Godzilla is the man, and to be the man, you got to beat the man. And I think we should take a look at all of the creatures, I guess, that we've got in our character breakdown to to show off just what the Spain regional has to offer.
Yeah, we got some. Yeah, we got an interesting breakdown. I mean, the the king is definitely on top at this event. As we've said before, I believe there's 9. Like I said, it's almost 20% of the field is Godzilla because there's just so much going on here. Let's go through
Yeah,
that breakdown, Sam.
almost a fifth of the field. Godzilla, King of the Monsters at 19%. We've got quite a few Midoriya on the move. So that's a deck we saw earlier, along with Bakugo 4. We've seen both of those decks on stream as well. But Bakugo's hanging out with Reiner and Zeke Yeager, who we got to watch, and Rodan, who we got to watch. So most of this meta breakdown has kind of organically made it onto onto the stream here. Do you think we're going to see a Reiner Braun Warrior in these last couple rounds, Jesse?
We will have to see. I think we're gonna definitely do a poke around here. We got a lot of time left in this round, so we're gonna be looking for who's for one of these decks at the top tables because we're getting to that point where it's I want to see some more of these players that are about X1 floating around. They have to win. Like it's like you don't want to go down to you don't want to go to X and 2 at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's funny. I feel like Reiner Braun is definitely like the odd one out. It's definitely the character that I think we've seen with the least amount of top cuts on this meta breakdown. So I would love to see a Reiner Braun not only on the Swiss stream, maybe winning a win in, but making it into that top cut as well. Because you know how much we like our format diversity. If you had to pick one of these characters to no show top cuts, to not make it to day 2, which one of these characters do you think has the least likely chance to actually punch through despite being on the meta breakdown?
Um, I really think it's it. I think it's the Reiner. Like
Okay.
I mean the Bakugo. The Bakugo like that deck is very temperamental to the format, where I could see it not making the not be able to make a deep run again. Like you have to run we saw the one in the Bakugo in OCE. That deck was like the the heat of the sun level run of like,
Yeah.
I'm double rebel rousing every match, like digging as aggressively as possible, to sculpt a perfect hand. It's a tough match. Like Midoriya is gonna break through, and then it's gonna be everybody's problem.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Rodan doesn't actually make it to day 2. We saw Rodan struggle a little bit on stream. That doesn't mean all the players will struggle necessarily, but if Rodan doesn't make day 2, I would not be too surprised with how hot and heavy and fast this meta game is, with big chunky characters like Godzilla getting +4 to their checks with these citywide rampages. So that's going to do it for the meta breakdown. That's it for round 4. We've got round 5 coming up for you all soon. So please don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss a minute of the action from your Alicante, Spain regional.
See y'all soon.
lemonade. I don't wanna quench your thirst when you got the creep. I'm not posters on your wall. I'm a human after all, and I'm tired of being emotional. I've got news for you. You can rip my feathers out. Sun winds over clouds this time. I won't be stuck with you. No more kisses, no more shout outs. I see you in the shadows when I lay awake. I hear you how you sigh like an earthquake. No blisters on my hands. I refuse to take a stand. I'm tired of being emotional. I've got news for you. You can rip my feathers out. Sun winds over clouds this time. I won't be stuck with you. No more kisses, no more shout outs. You pull and I push. I turn away. You hurt and I hurt. I've got news for you.
Welcome back to the Spain regional, the very first in Spain. We are on round 5. There's round 5 and then round 6, and then we are cutting to top 8. We had almost 50 players today. I think that's a pretty darn good representation for a country's first regional in several years here. The characters that we have for round 5 are two oldies but goodies, both coming from the Godzilla Challenger decks. And Godzilla is going to be the first major booster set of 2026. So maybe a little look, at more to come. But what do you think about this matchup? We got Godzilla versus King Ghidorah.
Yeah, we got a Chaos. We just saw Chaos Godzilla on stream. A lot. This is playing. We're getting to the point now where we have a Godzillas. You're playing the flavor of Godzilla. It's like, what do you like in your deck? What do you want to have? Because everybody plays the deck a little differently. There's like usually about it's a 60 card deck, pretty consistently, and about 50 of it is about the same 50 cards, and then there's like 10 cards everybody keeps swapping up numbers with. And it always depends on the format, the local meta, card availability. It can be a lot of differences. But on the other side, I mean, we got evil King Ghidorah here. King Ghidorah got a new card that I love because of it. That makes this just a new thing to add to his deck. The Superfly Stomp, which is response. Blitz on play. Search your deck for any card and put it in your discard pile. I love it.
Yeah, against these backup decks, we don't have to run 4x Anima Shot. You can just run 2x and it'll always be there for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a good utility. It's a utility card for the game. Like you can play. Like I always thought that like King Ghidorah could turn into a deck of a bunch of 1 and 2 ofs outside of the baseline, and be like, okay, I'm gonna try to. This is the attack it needed, the ability it needed to start doing that. Of like, hey, I could play all these 1 and 2 ofs, so I need something defensive for the next turn. It's like this is not gonna be lethal, but I'm gonna poke away with this thing.
Yeah,
we're gonna try
yeah,
to
and
set
the
up
other
there.
cool thing about Superfly Stomp is that while it's a great utility piece, both the blitzes are more like utility blitzes. They're not great on their own, but they're great synergies. It's just got frenzy. So if they block a couple moves, this is now a 6 low 6 and a 1 low block on a 4 diff. I think Superfly Stomp is doing enough. And for King Ghidorah, it's really going to unlock it. But here we already see the very first fighting for control comes down. So City Rampage on a 5, not in my house. Whatever you checked -2 beyond that. And he
Oh, no.
might be going
-4. We're saying no. You want look at it. He committed for it.
You don't
I
have to
love it.
commit for it. That was crazy.
He's like, I got this. Daniel's like, I got this.
I wonder if he didn't know he was allowed to fail it, to be honest.
That's a valid. I mean, he presented the card to his opponent. His opponent Daniel read the card, and we're still coming in. +2 to the check. We're gonna get that smash. We're gonna get those those baby stomps. Get in there, baby Godzilla.
That's what Godzilla does. Let's see if we can take ahead on turn
I really
2.
want more. I really want promos of more from that art book. You know this art's from? It's from a children's book.
Really?
Yep. I have it in my. For Sean O'Brien is an avid Godzilla fan, and I got it signed by the artist, and I gave it to him. I gave it to him previously, and I'm like, I give it to Sean. No, it was from it. But either way, it's really cool. It's like there's some really fun art styles because they're not all done by the same artist, but most of them are done by one artist, and it's just a really fun. Like all these little baby kaiju just stomping away at cities, kind of like I got this.
I think Smashing Stomp is definitely it's easily a top 5 alternate art promo to me. Because there's a lot of alternate arts where it's like, I don't really need to shell out the money or to go grab these, but Smashing Stomp, like here we go. We got the normal Smashing Stomp. Look how sad it is compared to that alt art.
It's just a foot.
The alt art just pops off. I will say, thinking about this turn, Adam popped the what do you call it? The 3 diff that takes the damage to 0 really early on the
the invincible body. He was like, I'm invincible body in this one.
And now we're grabbing a low block from our discard pile. But if I'm Godzilla, even if I don't take a head this turn, to get through double fighting for control plus invincible body, that's not bad.
We're still going
on a 9.
Oh, we tried for the heat ray. We're like, we want to take a. We were trying to take a head this turn. We were like, you committed for the head, which is acceptable. I completely like the thing is turn 2 is like turn 2, turn 3 is like King Ghidorah is the most vulnerable. After that, you need to like activate Godzilla, blow up the world, hope they have a bad rebuild lineup.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused why we didn't play the 1 diff foundation because I don't think that was passable unless we
+3 to the check. We needed to check a 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The Smashing Stomp had +1 to it.
Yeah, we had a lot of stats. We had +3 to the check. We could have passed it. Like he's playing, I think over 26 checks.
Yeah, so Godzilla's is not unheard of to have 20 to 30% 6 checks, maybe even higher.
Yeah, there's some 6 checks that this deck is playing that I'm not even used to seeing in these decks. I'm like, they're one-ups though, but they're just like adding to the 6 check count. Like, there's a Tokiyaki in this deck. I'm like, hey, if you need a high block, if you want a 6 check and a high block, that's what it is.
Yeah, we've got a couple Sword of the Darkness Flames, just Hiei cards that have basically become King Ghidorah cards.
Mm-hmm.
We get to draw. We're rebuilding that stage right back up. So we forced Godzilla to go through fighting for control and invincible body. He did, and now we're right back at it.
Yeah. +2 momentum. I mean, I'm all for that. I also really like that this deck gets set up with the addition of Superfly Stomp, it can set up the Irwin. You only have to play one Irwin's final charge. Like most of the versions for a while were playing that was kind of like the finisher for some of the Ghidorahs, and they played it's like 2 or 3. Instead, you can go stomp and just go put it in discard and have it ready for you. You're like, all right, I can kill you with this, plus my board.
Another city rampage. We just never learn our lesson. We're going right back.
Mm-hmm.
This time into a Titan Cliff. It's nice that this attack is going to build for us.
Oh yeah. Good old
But what
Titan
do you
Cliff.
throw away? Is he going to be throwing away foundations? Because if he chooses to discard foundations to go and find more attacks, which is what just happened.
Well, we're probably gonna build a finally free here. I'm gonna assume.
Yeah. Are you surprised he didn't press the Godzilla button to blow up the stages this turn?
I think we could hold off one more turn. I think if we're not yet, I don't think we could have, but maybe we didn't have enough foundation. Like we just threw 3 foundations. Yeah, we could have probably gone that built 2 and been fine. And be like, all right, Ghidorah, do your thing.
I suppose it makes sense. Wait for the Ghidorah to have close to 10. Here comes the free block.
Oh, this block. It's like I check. It's good. I love this guy. I have appreciation for True 100%. I mean, I played Nick Reagan for a hot minute. It was the funnest time ever. I definitely was stunned. I definitely was playing some intense Heat Blast with that deck as well and stunning people for like 8 cards. And they're just looking at me like, what are you doing?
Comes King Ghidorah's 2-check. We don't see it. We don't see it too often here.
Yeah.
But being used as a block. Okay, we're going double Titan Cliff.
Did we not build? I think we fast played and forgot to build.
No, we built and it flipped.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's the face down.
Now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go get more momentum.
Evil King Ghidorah is what won the Albuquerque regional here just 3 or 4 months ago. And I like how Adam's kind of made some updates to this list for the Superfly Stomp has been the main one. We haven't really seen it in action yet, but it's there. And then we've got the Animus Shots main boarded. We have the Devastating Losses main boarded. So it feels like it's in a very good position into the backup decks.
Yeah, I think that's a very much a meta call with this lineup, and I definitely agree with it. Having there's also just enough assets being played now that I'm willing to play. I'm willing to play I destroy an asset or a backup at any point and be happy with it. I'm gonna try this on a 7. Check a 5.
Well, he passes.
Oh yeah, passes. Yes, it passes.
It always passes.
Yep.
But it's only going to be a half block.
Yeah, it's only a half block.
So this is and deflect. Well, you can't deflect with a
You can't yeah, you have to deflect on it's deflect on non-block. No.
What is the judge going to rule for that?
That doesn't.
I mean, it should have never entered the card pool.
Yeah, the deflect should be back. You can't deflect. You can't activate deflect.
Yeah, the judge ruled that it stays in the card pool because you used it, but Guardian, the Chinatown says damage can't be modified. But I don't think that's the correct ruling. I think it should be back in his hand. I mean, maybe it could be stuck there. He did show it and attempt it. But you can't.
Let me look at the. I don't remember the exact wording of the deflectability, so I'm gonna take 2 seconds and read this really quick because I know what it does, and I'm like I just want to read its exact wording. That's what's more important here, because there might be. Go to this.
Oh no, it can be played. It can be played. So scratch all of that.
Yeah, It's
I
if
thought
you take
deflect
damage.
was unblocked only. Deflect is so seldom used that I don't even know how it works. And that's like the
I almost
secret.
don't. When I deflect, I don't even block half the time. So I just always thought it was unblocked. I don't know why. I played in Metalhead. It's really fun in the Metalhead. In Metalhead, you just keep building up the deflect with his enhance. And he's like, I'll take no damage.
Yeah. Then that makes sense. Okay, so we got, I mean, we at least made it through Chinatown. You know, we forced the usage because for Godzilla, we really want to get through here. So that's game. That was the heads.
We got multiples.
Wow. We build foundations on turn 1 and we never build them again. We just rampage our way through the Ghidorah stage.
Respond hand at the contra card pool for the damage step the rival attack. Attack gets -X. That equals the deflect keyword rating. Okay. So solemnly used.
You know,
I forgot that card even had deflect. I forgot.
Yeah, I think lots of people forget that, and then Ghidorah can use it to survive. I mean, to stay at 1, you know, and keep that head for an entirely new attack. That was kind of on me. I mean, deflect kind of went through a couple sets there where I don't think we got deflect at all in the Attack on Titan sets. So it's made a little comeback. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got some deflect in there. It's got some deflect 3s. I think deflect 3 is a legit good ability on its own. But we saw the Guardian Angels of Chinatown come in really well for Godzilla. That was a recent Street Fighter 1 difficulty that says when your rival tries to mess with the damage of one of your attacks, not only does the damage not get messed with for that ability, it says for the rest of this turn it can't be messed with, or for the rest of the enhanced step. So that's a very good one for Godzilla when the static is adding 3 damage to everything. That really goes well against damage reduction decks, which I wouldn't call King Ghidorah a damage reduction deck, but it's doing it enough.
All right, let's go to these sideboards here. We got some lines to go into. It's like I hope some runaways come in. I want to see some runaway action in this from the sideboard. Like get some of these things to clog the pool, take some printed. Let's get some showdowns in here. That seems like a good start for Ghidorah. And the other side,
yeah, showdown.
I like the gently theft. We're just gonna like flat big Godzilla flash like that.
I do like showdown on Ghidorah's side too, because these Godzilla moves they're not fast.
Yeah, they're not fast, but like they are. It's good to it's a good like, hey, I have one in the discard pile to go use it, and you just kind of threaten them with it the whole time. You're like, well, does me losing this life not pop ahead? Perfect.
Yeah. I do think the other probably Guardian Angels come in for Godzilla, for the invincible bodies. I mean, effectively, your 1 diff just cancels out Ghidorah's 3 diff. That's a trade I'm willing to make.
See what Daniel's got cooking here for this round.
I'm trying to think where it went wrong for Ghidorah on that. We really didn't enter that turn where Godzilla found lethal with too many foundations. So we weren't able to block. I wonder if playing both the Swordness of the Darkness Flames was the right move. I believe we checked a 3 on the second one. Maybe the move was just to play 1 and then build out from there. Keep an extra card in our hand. But -2 speed to everything now in Ghidorah's side. +2 speed.
We'll just build 6. Fear me. I built 6.
Yeah, Godzilla can play so disrespectfully on turn 1 like this. You're right. It's like, I mean, Ghidorah's not killing me, you know, and I've got 34 health.
Every 5-6 hand sizer lately, if you get the 6 build, it just looks good on paper. Just go for it. Like because most 5 and 6 handers have enough health where they can't be turn 2'd. It's just like it takes a lot of work to get there.
Yeah, Godzilla had 1 turn, King Ghidorah had 2 turns. Godzilla has more foundations.
Yep.
Both of them just built.
I mean, I would blow up the. This is where I would want to blow up the world as Godzilla. But
Are you sure? But you have more foundations. Are you saying because we don't have
because they did build 2 like they decided to hold the they probably because they went build 2 pass or build 3 pass and you're like okay, blow up the world. How many like if you're holding you're holding 3 attacks. I'm like, your best you're gonna do is you have to review an attack and hope to find more foundations. You might just be able to get ahead of them.
Yeah, what I'm surprised by is that Ghidorah didn't enter the enhanced step on their turn, because even if the attack's not doing much for you, just entering the enhanced step means you get to use King Ghidorah's enhance to find anything you want in your discard pile. One of the best things Ghidorah can do on early turns is to grab their best foundations from their discard pile. And so right now, like the only high quality foundation in Ghidorah's stage is the Invincible Body. Now the unmatched quicknesses are very good in Ghidorah, but we could have, if we had entered the enhanced step, we could have used Ghidorah to grab our best foundation in our discard pile and play it. I'm a little surprised we were content with just build 2, because we definitely, unless there's just 4 actions in our hand, we had an attack.
Yeah, so we're going to unphase and go to put this unphase to back to 0. Sadly, no momentum generation line, so this is just going to come on in and bounce off.
But now we have 6 foundations compared to 4 foundations. Check a 5
Okay,
on a 7. Yeah, we're going to get +1 to our next check.
5 low 10, 5 low 10. So
yeah, I think Ghidorah is a little spooked maybe by game 1, and they're thinking, I need to full block everything against Godzilla.
Yeah.
And with the double unmatched quickness, he's thinking, okay, I've got the speed reduction to do it.
Yeah, you think that minus 2 speed on everything is enough. It's like we're gonna take 5 less here. And we stuff a card. I think we can call it a turn. I can't even tell what that. I was assuming foundation.
You swing it? No, I think it's an attack, because I actually think it makes a lot of sense to swing an attack here, which he did because he's got the extra +1 from Smashing Stomp, but it's also because Ghidorah's on 4 foundations. What kind of crackback is Ghidorah going to be able to muster? It's going to basically be nothing. We don't have anything to be afraid of. And then when it comes to our turn, if Ghidorah takes the turn off and builds to 8 foundations, we can always just press the Godzilla button and restart the game. So we might as well take this head right now. I think that's risk-free. Not risk-free, but pretty low risk, at least.
Okay. Yeah. I'm so used to conservative players. Sorry, I'm so used to conservative players playing Godzilla. Like I play against, it's like the people who play Godzilla locally are Tim Keefe and Kevin Broberg, and they don't do these lines. Unless they're absolutely sure these are lethal lines. So I'm so used to I disrupted them just enough to keep going. I'm good for the turn. Like you scare them just a little bit.
But Ghidorah was able to block because Superfly Stomp, it's a 1 low block.
Sure. That was a good block there. Sir, keep going. We get our horrible build and just jump everything.
Yeah, all things considered, that wasn't the worst for King Ghidorah. We survived with all of our heads. But we still face this fundamental issue of we still have to continue blocking throughout the game, but we also have to build our stage up. Ghidorah is very reliant on their stage.
That is true. I mean, we're gonna get in there with an animus shot.
Yeah, I have to imagine that this is basically just entering the enhanced step so they can use King Ghidorah. Or maybe not. Maybe they want to save King Ghidorah for defense.
Maybe we want to eat that card in hand, or make them use it. Like block it or eat it, block it or lose it. Got to start somewhere. We can't just sit there and let things happen.
To me, that feels real bad because that's an attack that it's a card out of your hand, which means that's a 1 low block you don't have in your hand. It didn't deal damage. You didn't use King Ghidorah. I just don't think there was any value gained from playing that animus shot. Oh, a build 1 because we have to hold because we know that he's going to be coming at us with high attacks and lows. This just doesn't feel like King Ghidorah is getting ahead at all. It's like King Ghidorah is stuck, and Godzilla just keeps getting to whack him.
Mm-hmm.
But the incubating plus the unmatched quickness, that's -3 speed to everything.
Yeah, we're not in a we're all right here. I think we have like we're just advising like what's our status here. We're able to draw a card when we use our ability, and we've got -3 speed on the board.
The Titan Cliff, we check a 6 on it. Well, I guess we checked an 8. This is, I said Godzilla's moves weren't fast. I suppose Titan Cliff is a base 5-speed move plus City Rampage 6 speed. That adds up. What's the 6 stiff? Okay, that's going to get us a momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So building that 1 foundation off Titan Cliff is like building 3 foundations.
I don't know, and this is like once again the brute force level of Godzilla. When every attack is just coming for a head, what do you do?
Yeah, and there is no damage reduction on Adam's side.
It's block for days and hope it's good. Especially when you're doing your activation of King Ghidorah as your first enhance. Like your first block. You're like, all right, I'm gonna set this. I think I need to do this now.
Oh, that's probably just game.
That might be.
We checked the 2, the Swordness of the Darkness Flame. That is a 1 of in our deck. We really needed every piece of speed hate in our stage. So checking that 2 not only means you're down an extra foundation, it means you're down an extra speed, which is it's going to be pretty difficult to get 1 more block here. And that means that, hey, 3 more attacks and Godzilla wins.
Exactly. Like we're just gonna we're gonna lock down the last of the speed hate.
Yeah. This effectively means Ghidorah cannot block unless they have a true 100 in hand.
And it's only gonna be a partial.
Yeah, throughout this round, I mean, the biggest thing is like this is not how King Ghidorah is, how it's supposed to go for King Ghidorah, right? Like King Ghidorah is supposed to strangle their opponent, and just outvalue them over the course of the game, and you're not supposed to be able to get through. But Godzilla has just been relentless and has not allowed King Ghidorah to get comfortable at all.
Oh, it's crazy here. We're just seeing what our line is. It's just not looking. It's just looking very much in Godzilla's favor here. I expect I think Daniel's got this locked in.
Yeah, unless he just doesn't have the attacks, but seems like it's there. This will net another momentum. I mean, we could play 3 more attacks and still pass all our checks with the amount of check bonuses that we have. But he's only got 1 left. It is a Titan Cliff, I think. That means that we can at least filter to try and find 1 more. I think Ghidorah still has 1 more head.
I think so. We blocked 1, took out 2. Yeah, I think we're.
It's gonna build in a 6 diff. It's kind of crazy. We played a 6 diff, a 5 diff, a 5 diff, a 6 diff. We have already foundations. We have more readies than we started with the turn. Yeah, failed block. That will take ahead. We're on to our last one. The question is, did Godzilla find an attack? We can't see because of the glare. I mean, that is just a pure white card to me. Can you see what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think we survived. We have 1 head left. But that Godzilla is so ahead. It's gonna take it's gonna be a big hill to climb here for Adam.
Yeah.
Like we gotta start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. But
I don't think Swordness of the Darkness Flame is the killing, the lethal line opener. You would think like Patchwork Baby, or something that can.
Yeah.
But yeah, this looks. Darkness Flame is just a nice extender, get a little bit ahead in the game. But I mean, we'll see if Godzilla. I mean, how often has this Godzilla found City Rampage? Every single turn we've been watching this round.
Yep.
It can't keep happening.
I think we're verifying you have 15 cards in discard pile. We want to plunder. Okay, that is definitely going to take out take out a chunk of health here. Dragon of the Darkness Flame can definitely do that.
Yeah, we get to discard 3 cards, so we can effectively make this 16 damage just from ourselves. It also has powerful 3. We could get this to 19 damage. The thing that we have in our favor is that Godzilla could block, but they have no cards in hand.
Yeah. They are punching bag currently. Yeah, we're like the hand.
Even if we lose this game, we're at least making this thing huge.
Yep. Coming at you. Put you to 5.
I'm a little surprised Godzilla built that foundation and didn't keep a block in hand. It's Irwin's final charge.
It's Irwin's final charge. They just setting the board. We're going to game 3.
Wow. I mean,
We're like, Godzilla's got this. This is in the bag. He's like, and it just couldn't take out the last head. And
There was
Ab's like,
no.
I got the shot back. Dragon of the
But there
Darkness
was
Flame.
there was actually zero reason to play that last foundation and not hold one block. Like a half block on that Sword of the Darkness Flame. You could have gotten +2 to your check from the first one. You could have had +4 to your check for that Sword of the Darkness Flame. Plus, you would have had more ready foundations because we actually had to tap foundations to build that last foundation. Like, that was total and complete disrespect on the side of the Godzilla player towards the Ghidorah player, which, to be fair, I was also disrespecting Ghidorah. You know, I was in the same boat of like, oh, this Ghidorah can't do anything. You know, he's just, you know, he's like a Rattata, you know, like
Yep.
his attacks damages. And then out of nowhere, we have Darkness Flame and Irwin's final charge come and just blow Godzilla up.
Crazy. Coming in beating down.
Yeah, that was the biggest, like, just pulling that's like a magic trick, just pulling a win out of nowhere. I don't know if Godzilla is going to be able to. I mean, that was like 99% win probability Godzilla.
Mm-hmm. I think he just I don't want to say they got cocky in that situation, but it's like they just said, I don't think you could do 29. And now now Daniel's like, that could do 29. And I have to be I can't I can't underestimate it.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Godzilla has to be careful not to be like, you know, tilted. It can be really easy to, like, you have to get that game out of your head and focus on this one. And it can be really easy to be like still like reliving it or like kind of beating yourself up about maybe mistakes made. But Ghidorah had to be committed to pass that last foundation. Let's see if we can get Rampage plus a couple of attacks again.
You will see. I
like that he shuffled his hand for like 20 seconds as if there was anything to think about.
We got 25 minutes. We can shuffle. We can do a shuffle up.
Yeah. What am I gonna do?
You have a response. We're gonna say this is on a 6.
I suppose the fighting for control made that a real consideration of when is this fighting for control going to come down. We see him continue to choose to commit the foundations rather than fail the attack. I think that's the right choice. I think Kraken's too valuable here.
Yeah, we want to get the invisible body lockdown for this turn and the next. Getting that committed and freeze. Perfect to do right here. We're gonna give our next check +1. +3 total. Like, what do you got? You got the high block?
Yeah, Ghidorah cannot go find the perfect block.
Marshall.
And checking a 3 on it.
All right, so we preserved a head. That's all. Oh, this is perfect.
Oh, we checked a 5.
Checked a 5. So
6, 7.
6, 7, 8. We were good.
Okay.
But it's like we get ahead, but we don't get max value because we're taking something that's already had some damage on it.
Yeah. I mean, this heat rate can get huge, but ultimately it deals 5.
Yep. Like, I think more of her 1, 2, 3. I think we got 4, so +2. So if anything, here's the thing: is now it's a if they had the block for it, they have to full block it to save the head, and we go down ahead, and we're gonna blow up foundation.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to. Okay, that Kraken was on a 6. We used Fighty for control.
Flip.
So check the 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. We checked 8, 5, 6, 7. I don't see how we passed that. I could have been missing something. I don't think we passed that.
We were +3 on our check. It was on an 8.
Oh, how did we get +3? Oh, the 6 check, the 1 diff foundation. Okay, okay, I'm following now. Sorry, I'm working on the. Yeah. Somebody
we're on the low end of sleep compared to Sam. I think me and David combined have the same amount of sleep that Sam actually has. So
somebody in chat pointed out that Heat Ray has the incredible text too that if it deals damage, you get to flip 2 rival foundations.
Yep.
So, Ghidorah, very stage reliant character, only 1 face up foundation now going into their turn. It's definitely not comfortable. And we lost a head. Nonagon comes in. What are you going to use Nonagon on most of the time?
I would probably do that on the Titan Cliff if they play it. That seems like a really good choice. I think that's the only that's what I would be. I think that's because that's the one that's like, hey, if he goes City Rampage Titan Cliff, I'm gonna stop Titan Cliff, like probably to let you dig. With momentum, probably the Unfazed as well. Like I would like Unfazed to not be able to be echoed or get the block. I can still block it without
Yeah, Unfazed.
Here we go again. we're stomping through another city.
Yeah, City Rampage into Unfazed. Popping the Nonagon on the Unfazed makes a lot of sense.
Let's go to stomp first.
All right, he commits 1 for it. We're going to get to Fearsome Transformations draw because I don't think I saw much gas beyond the Unfazed, so we're going to need to draw into it here.
Yep.
Smashing Stomp, if it deals, gets to draw. I doubt it'll deal. Ghidorah has so many nice +1 low blocks. I just don't know if we're in the discard at the moment.
Yeah. I think we're just going to send this to 0 and be like,
yeah, the abnormals can't be used on it since it's a 5 diff, so there's no damage pump available to Godzilla.
Not going to deal damage and draw you another card. And here comes the Unfazed at +3. Check an 8.
Yeah, let's see if we pop the Nonagon on it. It's a real cost to lose another foundation after already using the.
Yeah, but we got to. Like this has Echo. Like this can just take out. Like we can block one of them, then they got the block. Then the check bonus goes up. It's like I don't want to stretch. I won't want to stretch my line here. I want to hope that we can find it. We want to just try to, like I said, I think we're just trying to weather the storm this turn. Like,
yeah, this once again, I mean, it doesn't look comfortable for Ghidorah at all. They immediately have to use everything, but yeah, Godzilla didn't have the gas that turn. He needed to have drawn off the stomp or found something on Fearsome.
Yeah. All right. Don't. Okay. Good. We're holding 1. I'm like, we're gonna play the hand again and be like, all right, we get 1 draw. I'm like, One thing I am surprised by, is with this being open deck list, I am surprised that we kept the devastating losses in the main deck. But also there's only 1 foundation to swap with out of the side. It's like we have to keep it because it's like our foundation number gets a little wonky.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it definitely feels like just a completely blank foundation over there.
Yeah. But sometimes that's how it is when you're playing against a meta that has these archetypes exist where you have to play these cards to have a chance again in the game, especially the game one chances against those decks. And then, but you may be so overshot to it that you have they're going to exist in other matches, and that's it. All right, randomly remove. All right, we got to take the foundation.
Inspiring songs out. Because if we half block that, then we're going to lose the other card, and then we'd rather if we're going to block once, let's get a full block in.
We're going to plunder and draw. Sorry, treasure hunt.
Ooh.
We're gonna set up here. Let's
Check
stomp away.
Yeah, it's got frenzy, but we didn't block. What are you putting in your discard pile?
Let's see, 29. One card in hand. Probably an Irwin for later. Oh, okay. We're gonna go get a body. Okay, that definitely telegraphs this is probably our last attack of the turn.
Yeah, that's gonna be kind of hard though. We're gonna have to commit Ghidorah to go get that body, and then we're gonna have to play that on a 5. Checking a 3. If we go to build that invincible body and check a 3, it's gonna feel really rough.
Yep, it sure is. We'll say it's done coming. We're going to go +1 to our check. Or minus, it's -1 to the next check. Okay. We're just like, no, -1 to your next. Take 4.
Yeah, now checking a 3 on this costs all of Ghidorah's foundations. Okay, but he checks a 6 because he's
checks a 6. All good.
He's just built like that. Double momentum, that's going to be really good for Patchwork Babies. Sort of the dragon one, the 2 check. Both of those have powerful 3s on it. So I think we're pretty well set up to where if we can get past this turn, if Godzilla chooses not to form, and then we can live this turn, we have a legit chance.
Yes. We got a little over 16 minutes left in the round here. So we're not in that bad of shape either. Like, we're able to, like, fully protect we can protect ourselves here just enough. I don't see this going. This could go either way. Like, we're gonna start off with this Titan Glyph, and we're gonna dig.
We're starting off with the Titan Cliff and not a City Rampage, so we're not gonna have quite the extension power. Although we do have double momentum.
We're gonna review 3. We're like we are good on foundations. We are ready to just try to find stats here.
I think he just drew 3 foundations.
I think so.
That is so rough because this is the last head for Ghidorah, and all you have to make it through is probably 1 block and 1 invincible body, and that's it.
Yep. We're gonna put it to 0.
And I don't think Godzilla has it. And Godzilla didn't first form, so Ghidorah is going to get a chance to backswing. There is no better character at backswinging than Ghidorah when they can pick up their best.
And I definitely think there's a true 100% in that discard pile that we could see here. I could see that being played with see play at this point. Are we okay? I thought we were.
Yeah, we have a support of the female Titan in hand, and I think that's it. So this one deals nothing. Support of the female Titan. Abnormals cannot be used on it. So it's not going to get to lethal. Unless it has powerful 2. Oh, we have a walk. What am I talking about?
6/7. Check a 5. 6/7. There we go. That'll get us some. Like, the thing is, I think he's only playing 1 Walk the Dog. Like, it's just there's a Walk the Dog in this deck, which is, you know what? If you're playing Godzilla, why not play 1? Because most of the time they are going to be committed between a certain amount. They're going to have some amount of committed foundations. You don't really have a way to loop it, like, or get multiple copies. So it's like, playing one when you need it it sounds like a good spot.
Yeah, I think this just could be a pick up the cards moment, unless we have a runaway. I mean, we did have the runaways in the sideboard, right? And so, because this thing is, oh, we had another head. I could
Yeah,
have
we have two.
sworn
We only lost one head so far.
Oh, that changes everything. I could have sworn we were on our last head.
Oh, now we are. Another Titan Cliff.
Titan Cliff. 8. We got the draw off of the walk the dog. Titan Cliff is going to allow us to further filter. So even if we drew poorly on the first one, we can see another one, which means that after this Titan Cliff, Godzilla will have seen 13 cards this turn.
Here are 3 foundations down. I don't know if there was an attack in that pile. All right. 6i10. 5i10. We're gonna build a 6 here. I think we built if we have to play another attack, we build pass-through walls just to protect. Oh, okay, we're just gonna go +1 to our attack. We're just gonna. I would want to protect. There's a random amount of breaker this deck that King Ghidorah plays. I think like we have enough foundations. But
yeah, we're flipping to get momentum. Immediately spending the momentum for +2 to our next check. So now we have effectively +3 to our next check. Because of the inspiring song, unless we use the inspiring song for his check.
Yeah.
Oh, we did.
Inspires on him.
Interesting. We really, I mean, this is representing lethal. Might as well make it as fast as possible. Oh, but we check well on our side. Okay.
Go to 5.
Yeah, and here comes that support of the female. It's not going to quite represent lethal.
Yeah.
Check. Oh, he went
low blocked.
He half blocked. I didn't realize he half blocked.
Yeah, he half blocked and he has low blocks.
I just assumed the full block there. Yeah, and handshakes. Godzilla takes it down, but Ghidorah made it more interesting than it had any right to be.
Yeah. So Daniel will now move on. That puts him at 5. Puts him at 4-1 after 5 rounds. That pretty much locks him in for top 8 with a draw in the final round. I think with the amount of draws, it looks like there is going to be a lot of contention for about 3 to 2 or 3 slots in the last round. So we're not like there's not going to be that last round. The top 8 players just draw and they're all in situation. It's going to happen. There's too many live draws currently.
And the other 401 player that we have currently is Kevin, who was on the stream earlier with his Ezekiel Midoriya on the move deck. So those 2 players, Ezekiel Midoriya on the move and this Godzilla that we just watched, are both guaranteed top cuts. But we have one more round of Swiss. This was 47 players, cut to top 8. We will find a win and in match for you next round. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to our final round of Swiss for the Spain regional. Before we cut to top 8, we wanted to go and find a win and in match for the stream so that we had maximum stakes on the line. In order to do that, though, we're going to have to rewatch somebody that we've already watched on the stream, and that somebody is going to be Mike Hardman on Pony, and he is up against Mikasa, and this Mikasa deck is very, very similar to Pony. Like they are like, I feel like 80% the same DNA. And so to watch them fight it out and see which deck plays the air symbol superior to the other and can get the, what is it, Genghis Frog, the new backup out the fastest before the other one gets theirs out. What are you thinking about this Mikasa Pony winning in match?
Well, I think it's going to be really exciting. It should be really fast paced. But it goes to show that we've really picked some winners today, right? We really picked a lot of players who are in contention, who are, you know, fighting it out for those last couple spots. And the way this tournament has shaken out, you know, with the attendance is that there's nothing easy in the final rounds, right? Not a lot of intentional draws happening. So these players are going to have to work this out, and they're at table 3, I think, right? So this was not, I think tables 1 and 2 might have gotten to draw, but table 3 is where you start getting your winning in. So this was as high of a table as we could get. This was the matchup that we figured would be the most exciting. And you know me, David, I love me some air symbol. We got Air Mikasa versus this Earth Pony.
Yeah, no card pools are going to have cards in them.
Yeah, if we're lucky, there's going to be no progressive difficulty. It's going to be a who can block with airy smiles, or, you know, stuff the card pool with a driven by retribution first, right? And we see the Feral Shriek coming out first. This one is really, really cool. If you end up playing all the cards in your hand, you can actually just draw a card during your rival's turn. But most of the time, you're going to discard and draw and get like a little extra review step. Let's see if Mike wants to use that, or if he likes the 3 cards in his hand.
Yeah, and we've got a Kirishima's Assistance. I feel like that's kind of a tech card that's not often seen after your rival partially blocks their attack, skill, or block. So like an Airy Smiles now, if it's half blocking, it no longer gets that response.
Sorry, say that one more time. You broke up for me.
Oh, the Kirishima's Assistance, just that it can seal a block. That I feel like that's like a tech piece that we rarely see, so I'm a little surprised to see it mainboarded here. But it could cancel something like an Airy Smiles if it half blocks.
Right, that's the big thing, right? Is it has to be a partial block, and you can't really afford to partial block too often right now. But Breaker is a big one, and Airy Smiles is probably the one that we'll see the most. And here's a super important attack, Hunter's Ally. But what are the targets that we have this early in the game?
Yeah, I have not been keeping up too much with the discard pile. There's a lot of great ally targets. Obviously, all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle backups have been secret rares, and they've all been allies. And, you know, Pony's traditional issue, at least pre-Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was how do you find the damage? We've got to solve for the damage. Back in the Worlds meta, if we rewind, 8 months, the answer was to find the Fire Foundation, where you could discard a card and get the damage equal to the block modifier.
Sacrifice for the cause.
Yeah, Sacrifice for the Cause. You had like Sugar Rush Power Up, and then Sack for the Cause could be combined with the Midoriya 2-diff that gave you 5, that had a 5 block modifier. But now it's just Genghis Frog. We can use the Hunter's Ally, build in the Frog, and everything gets 3 damage bonus from the Frog.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a little bit of a mistake here on which zone this attack was. See that, or we didn't know quite the speed and damage, but we do have a partial block coming from a Genghis Frog against that Hunter's Ally. And the backup that we built, Kiyomi Azumabito, is absolutely tailor-made for this deck. After you clear 1 or more cards during the combat phase, you get to draw a card or ready a foundation, and Lethal Slash removes itself, so it's not a clear, but we're going to get this Pony enhance. We're going to get 2 more counters, and I'd be shocked shocked, I tell you, David, if we don't spend 3 of these to discard this Hunter's Ally from the card pool.
Yeah, and this is what makes Lethal Slash such an important card in Pony. It checks a
Whoa.
2, and so we just drew.
We just latent skilled to discard 2 Feral Shrieks to draw 4 cards defensively. What could we possibly draw on defense as Air Mikasa that could be so important, David?
To use double Feral Shriek on defense. I have no idea. I mean, the air symbol is not really known to have the hand traps. You know, you're kind of playing honest blocking with the air. Like Aries Smiles is as close as you get to a hand trap. I mean, I guess you get the, you know, they made Filled Without an Infinity symbol card, so there is that. But yeah, here Pony, totally free card pool. So we're playing as if Battle or Release is our first attack of the turn. And that's what makes Lethal Slash the best attack for Pony, is that you get to save the counters. We don't have to spend 3 counters to clear Lethal Slash. Also, when we're clearing with Pony, we're always still going to have the current attack in the card pool for the next one, whereas Lethal Slash just completely resets the card pool.
Yeah, Lethal Slash is super important. It gets tougher each set to justify the 2 check, though, because of these really nice 3 difficulty foundations. We've got all these, we got 5 difficulty backup now, although I guess we never really intend to play that from hand. But Lethal Slash absolutely pulling its weight here, showing you why it's worth the risk, because while we saw Mike stumble by checking it earlier, we've now played 2 of these on this turn. We've got additional counters, more than we even need, and we're going to get to reset our card pool once again.
Yeah, and even with these being pretty much baseline printed damage, things are looking scary. You know, we have a completely ready foundation base, and we can just continue going. You know, the other one is I said it went from the Sacrifice for the Cause of the Frog. There was an intermediate step, and that was Science Bros and Hunter's Ally. Science Bros is a 3-def foundation that's also an ally that,
yep,
anytime something's removed, it's getting damage. And so the frog doesn't replace Science Bros. It almost just goes in tandem with it.
Right. I absolutely love, building foundations for free. Science Bros is huge. If you're playing the Hunter's Ally, you got to be playing the Science Bros. And then when you discard these cards that remove themselves, you know, after they enter the discard pile, we're going to get +1/+1 now. So everything firing on all cylinders for Mike Hardiman. I can't imagine Mikasa has anything to combat this. A +0 mid block doesn't actually save us, because none of these attacks are mid. And just for good measure, we check a 6 on this Battle Aura Release.
You know, I made a mistake earlier. I said that this Pony list was on air. It's not. It's on Earth, and we're kind of seeing why it's on Earth, because of Battle Aura Release.
Correct. Yeah, this is Earth Pony versus Air Mikasa, though. Don't get it twisted. All the best cards in this deck are either air cards or Aeritude.
Yeah, Science Bros is Aeritude. The Hunters.
Genghis Frog is nothing without Hunter's Ally. I tell you, nothing. You will not see that card get played without an air card to build it. Actually, there might be other backup builders, right? But it's unique, so you can't play it with Beast Titan's Rock Barrage.
Yeah, and it is a 5. I mean, it's 5 difficult. It's pretty hard to build with the 2 check in your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not one I've ever seen a Pony like hard to play, especially since it has a +0 mid. Like, not only can you just discard it for the Pony enhance, you know, to set it up for later with Hunter's Ally, but it's just got that that buddy block. We used to put character cards in our decks, and those would always be a high check +0 mid block, and they have preserved that idea with backups. Backups are supposed to be kind of like the supporting cast characters that can go in your deck. And so we're now seeing, I think it's every single one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles secret rare backups are all +0 mid blocks.
Yeah, and if I'm Mikasa as that game, that's just one of those games you just have to just shrug your shoulders. You know, I mean, that's going to happen from time to time. Like double Lethal Slash on turn 2, Hunter's Ally, double Battle Aura Release. I mean, that was And that's what happens when everything goes right for Pony. Is no matter who you are, you're getting turn 2'd on that line.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, I mean, I don't think we committed a card to pass a check, right? It was
Mhm.
it was just everything Pony wants to see, but Mikasa can absolutely do the exact same thing back. So you got to be pretty careful. Hopefully, you know, if you're a Mike Hardiman fan out there, you're gonna want to see him get that driven by retribution. That's probably gonna be the best defensive foundation we can draw in this matchup, right? Because when you take damage from the attack, you're gonna remove one of those weapon attacks that's gonna leave the card pool anyways, right? It's gonna get Mikasa away anyways, and then you can debuild a foundation into the card pool that as long as it doesn't have the weapon keyword, Mikasa won't be able to clear it. So it's going to be real difficulty, real progressive difficulty that she'll have to play against, and that's also one less speed, one less activation Mikasa can get for the turn. Because when you play an attack, right, if you try to discard a card to get the speed pump, then you have to clear a weapon card from your card pool. So you can't do that if you've only got the one weapon attack in the card pool. And therefore, that might be one extra attack that Pony gets to block.
Interesting. You know, speaking of driven by retribution, there's a great character against that card. And that character's name is Peak, and we have 0 Peak here today. I think that was I don't know if you and Jesse talked about it on the representation, but that was my biggest shock of the tournament, was that there's not a single Peak represented in this entire regional.
Yeah, it's super crazy. I mean, Peak is incredibly strong on both ends. I'm surprised we haven't seen Hanji 2. Hanji 2 is, in my opinion, you know, Peak, but maybe a little bit better. I'm a little biased towards 7 hand-sized characters, and
I think
like
Hanji 2 is a little more fun.
Maybe that too. I think you could probably do it. You could probably build it in a couple, a couple more different ways, because we saw like TC had like that crazy death rattle Hanji deck and stuff like that. So, I think Peak was a meme. You know, I'll say it on
stop.
the
You are
stream.
just
I
trying
think
to trigger me here on stream.
I think Peak is like the most overrated character we've probably ever had drop.
Make it stop.
You know, it works for like the Peak UniVersus meme, but we all know that true Peak UniVersus is Templar. So,
Yeah.
we have a double build from Mikasa, not the aggression you want to see, not what you typically want to expect. Because even with this many foundations, four foundations on Mike's side, that's enough for him to easily deal 23. And I don't think extra foundations are really going to help Mikasa play that much defense.
But the extra foundations do enable Mikasa's attack strings to be able to push through 1 or 2 bad checks, because Mikasa we want to be committing these foundations to draw cards every time something deals damage. I don't mind a build on turn 2. I mean, surely Mike doesn't get double lethal slash again. And here we're checking the 2, so already things are going a little bit differently.
Yeah, the 2 check is definitely a hindrance here. We've seen it trip Mike up, but he has tried to play through it in the past as well. And now we see the flying elbow drop, one of my favorite cards from the new set. After you discard it and at least one other card, you can remove it from the game. Then you can play it this turn. So kind of a neat little way to draw an extra attack. But aside from its utility use, it's just a 4/4. So it'll be interesting to see if it's worth it or not to continue trying to push the advantage that you technically have as the turn player.
Yeah, I respect starting out with flying elbow drop in the list. You know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles just came out. We want to test these cards in our old favorite characters. The Frog was exciting, adding in an elbow drop. It's a little fresh flavor of Pony. I'll be interested to see if a couple months from now, a flying elbow drop is still in Pony lists, if it's been found to be worth it.
All right, we do a little bit of building. The pressure is on. This is plenty of foundations for Mikasa. Now, the difference between Pony and Mikasa is Mikasa has to deal damage and commit foundations to draw cards to see new cards. And so for, the take that these are kind of the same deck, they certainly don't play the same because respectable, honest defense blocking Mikasa's early attacks. Because again, she can't pump the speed. That speed number doesn't get big until you've started to clear your card pool a lot. So just blocking the early moves can pay off in a big way because that's more risk and more potential committed foundations that she has to endure before she gets to draw any more cards.
Yeah, draw is always better used earlier in the turn when you have more choices as to what to do with it. So I agree. Blocking early is typically the right play. But what are the like finishers that Mikasa has access to? There's a lot of extenders in the deck. Mikasa got sweeping daggers, which could be something big. I don't see a lot of Mikasa's playing the 6 difficulty weapon that has powerful 3. It gets to be like 11/11.
Yeah, that one is tough. It's tough to want to play anything above a 4 diff, right? Because you got to be able to play attacks that you draw later in the string. So
yeah, I suppose it's just walk the dog, powerful 3 late. But by the time walk the dog's played, you're not blocking.
Right. That's a perfect sort of ender. I want to see if we've got the teaming up with the Ackermans, right? Which seems like a perfect huge payoff to playing 5 or 6 cards and clearing all of them. And you get stuck blocking the early ones, and then the teaming up with the Ackermans can be such a high speed move, it doesn't matter, right? If you get +5 speed from Mikasa and +8 damage from its blitz, that's a 9 mid for 11 coming at you, and that's just your normal game plan, right? That's nothing special or extra that Mikasa has to do.
Yeah, this is a card that I've seen Mikasa's go kind of back and forth on. Horseback charge. We get to blow up a ready foundation. We draw a card, and then we get to build the next foundation that we play. So we don't technically go up in hand size, but we do get to filter one, and we do get to get one of our best foundations in our hand into our stage right away. The low speed is kind of made up for by Mikasa slamming speed onto it.
Yep, and we are now going to see the foundation that we get to build is a 1 diff that draws us another card. So Mikasa looking like she's going to have all the gas. 2 attacks, 2 cards in the card pool. We're going to start getting +2 speed. The only thing that can prevent Mikasa from winning this game is passing these checks. And unfortunately, we check a 3 here. So we are going to discard a card, clear our card pool. On response, we're going to get 3 speed. We're going to draw a card, and now we're going to go build an ally card. But what's the ally card that Mikasa likes to build? Is it another Genghis Frog?
Yeah, it's either Frog or Science Bros. Yeah, here comes Frog. Everything's going to get 3 damage. I do think that because we took it a little slow early, because we took a couple turns to build, we're kind of okay. Even with the bad checks, I think we're okay because we got double Relentless Spirit, which get to ready up.
Yeah.
And we know that these things are going to be dealing damage. Now we're still on 6 foundations, only 1 attack in our card pool.
Oh,
we just ready
we
to
cannot
play?
do that.
Yeah.
We can't do that. Close. But we can't do that.
Would be cool.
Would be really cool if a twice per turn worked that way. But you can only respond once per trigger. Otherwise, that would be crazy. There'd be some crazy infinites in retro. But here comes another Hunter's Ally. 5 diff attacks, not feeling the best. But this one's going to come in as an 8 high for 8. Little ESPN the Ocho action for you. And depending on what we build, we might even see something like a Science Bros or a Masho Concealment. Masho Concealment is one of my favorites to build. Another based air symbol card. Maybe a Ryukyu. Okay, we got the Azumabito. So the next time we clear our card pool, we'll get to ready a foundation or draw a card. But the next time we clear our card pool, we will be almost certainly sending a lethal attack that is much too fast for Mike to block. So one more check cannot be failed.
Yep, and I think we're getting out of here.
Well, I think we just drew it too. I don't see.
I mean,
don't
even
see
like a
what-
referee jury on the Earth symbol can't stop lethal.
And there it is,
Ooh.
the Luna to Harris. We got a couple of moon scissors coming down, which would have been lethal on a partial block, even if we could have blocked that. What would have been 9-speed, 8-speed move? Absolutely bonkers offense from both of these decks. David, it's only been 20 minutes.
Yeah, and we are moving on. We are moving on to game 3. This game is for the win and in. So the winner of this round gets to keep playing tomorrow. What we've seen so far is that both players that went first won. Surprise, surprise, we got 2 aggro 7-handers, and going first is a massive advantage here. I do like Luna to Harris in Mikasa's. I see some Mikasa's not play it because it's not a weapon. But like there, I mean, man, coming in as a 10 base 10 damage throw, and it's just free after you've cleared so many cards.
Yeah, so going into this game 3, do you change anything for either of these players? Is there anything new that we could be doing? I mean, block with airy smiles seems like a good play for Mikasa, but I don't know if it's even going to be enough with cards like Lethal Slash flying around. There's no way that we can even shut down the card draw. I'm not sure what we can do except pray to the RNG gods that our rival has to build twice and then we get to slam them. I mean, if you're really hateful, you're hoping Mike checks a 2 here, right?
Yeah, and so this is the thing on going second in this matchup. Like a lot of times people try to side in defense, right? Going second against like an aggro matchup. But a lot of times I'm not too big of a fan of that. I like just continuing full sending the aggro because going second, you do get a better turn 1 build. And so we get a pretty consistent turn 2 going second as Mikasa. Let's see. Oh, we check a 2 here. So yeah, that's
not when it mattered though. Anything, a 3 would have failed that too, right? We did a good job of playing around the 2, but he did check it.
Yeah, here we have a ally, water tuned, buildable. I haven't seen Science Bro, so I think we're playing that Asui Foundation instead.
Yeah, team player. This is one I like a lot. It's also ally. It's enhance once per turn, ready this foundation, only playable if you've cleared a card from your card pool, and it's got discard a card. Your ally or water attack gets +1/+1. So if you can afford the discard effect, it's very akin to Science Bros, right? In this deck specifically, Mikasa can commit it to draw a card, similar to the way Science Bros works. You can discard a card and get +1/+1, similar to the way Science Bros works. And it's an ally that you can build with Hunter's Ally. So it might just be this deck's version of Science Bros. I just don't know how many of our attacks actually have ally or the water symbol to let us get that pump.
Right. Yeah, it's getting harder and harder in the attuned world to have the symbol.
That's true. Yeah, one of the things one of the things that gets really depressing is when you see things that buff a card based on how many symbols it shares with your character, and then you look at all the cards that are printed and most of them have one symbol. So you can't use Genkai's guidance or was it not guidance? Genkai's training. You know, you can't do stuff like Genkai's training or use like the retro Yusuke kit.
Yeah, building 4 on the Mikasa side on the turn 1. I would have liked to have seen a build 5 or even a build 6. Kind of tamps down on our ability to backswing a little bit, but the weightless and the Asui Foundation count for extra foundations. We're seeing a build of pretty powerful defensive pieces here. Double Aaron sidestep. You get to flip for minus speed, and then If it's completely blocked, you get to draw. And now we're putting our frog into our discard pile, ready to be built off of Hunter's Ally.
Yeah, but now we've got the play that we talked about, right? Got the Airy Smiles block, which could have been huge. 4-star rival to build out, praying to the RNG gods. And Mikasa can absolutely do similarly disgusting things on 4 foundations that we've seen Pony do. Granted, again, the card draw cost is probably the biggest difference, right? The amount of cards Pony can see without committing foundations, very different from the amount of cards that Mikasa can see. So not surprised at all to see the build out here. We can kind of see what's in their hand. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of heat. Looks like there might be another Airy Smiles, though. That could be a game decider.
I actually really like the build as well. It doesn't feel like the turn to go in. We've got Pony ready with counters, double air and sidestep, almost fully ready stage. Lots of cards in hand on Pony's side. When these two characters go up against each other, I always give the edge to Pony just a little bit. Not even going against each other, just in terms of like when I rank characters in UniVersus, right? Like Mikasa, I would put in like my top 25, but Pony I would put in my top 10. And the difference is that Mikasa doesn't get defense on face, but Pony does. Pony can zone change the opponent's attacks.
Right.
Pony can give -2 speed. And so
the big appeal to Mikasa is you can get a high enough speed pump that you can fight over decks like Rodan and Deku, right?
Right.
Like that's pretty much the big appeal. But outside other than that, Pony just has so much more utility everywhere else in the game. She just doesn't pump stats very much, if at all, which is why this Genghis Frog being built with our Hunter's Ally is going to be absolutely massive. However, we did spend a counter to pump the speed here. So maybe Mike could smell the Airy Smiles coming, maybe wanted to try and dissuade that. But every counter is precious here. So I'm surprised to see it getting spent on the +2 speed.
Yeah, I think it's Pony gets kind of the luxury of doing that when they enter their turn with counters. And they only entered with 2 counters, but that's a lot better than starting with 0. And the Lethal Slash also. Knowing that Mike had the Lethal Slash in hand, that kind of Lethal Slash free getting you counters and then leaving the card pool kind of gives you permission to spend.
Yeah, Lethal Slash is kind of like 3 free counters, right? We can go back down to 1 card in the card pool, which is basically where we'd be without the Airy Smiles if we just played a normal tech. Now we have 2 flying elbow drops ready to go. They can be played at any time during this turn. So that's 14 damage represented right there. We're looking for, I think that's I'm Not Jealous. No, that was, I don't know what we just flipped 2 foundations for.
I will be like absolutely shocked if Mike does not win the game on this turn. That's just the downside of being on the air symbol for Mikasa is you don't have a lot of hand traps that are going to be stopping what's about to happen.
So we flipped the waitlist and we readied another foundation. That's why there was 2 face downs there. So preparing to block a second time, but only 1 card left in hand. No defensive clearing ability. So the Kiyomi Azumabito probably not going to come into play. Pushing the advantage probably not going to come into play. And it's going to be elementary from here on out. The Mikasa's admission coming down as well, combined with the Science Bros, making this a very respectable attack that you pretty much have to block or else the game is already over. And again, with those 2 flying elbow drops there, it's not going to be hard even if this attack deals no damage.
Ooh, is that a breaker? Is that breaker 3?
Oh my goodness. I think that's teaming up. I'll have to double check. I think that's teaming up with the Ackermans.
Oh, breaker 3 could have been something after that checking it 2.
I have to check. The art is like really dark. No, I think where the break is in the manga panel is not timely counterattack. Timely counterattack is the breaker 3.
Yeah. It makes sense for it to be Ackerman. I mean, Ackerman's is just higher damage, and there it is. We've got the throw coming. We've got the falling skies coming down. You know, that was getting scary for a little bit for Mike because he had the bad checks, but Mike is going to be, traveled down to Spain and is now getting rewarded with going to top 8. And congratulations to Mikasa on a great run.
Yeah, that was really exciting stuff. I mean, that's like you talked about the player one advantage in the aggro mirror, pretty important, especially when these decks are as similar as they are. So a little bit of a rough break there in that game one kind of set us down this trend, but you can't feel bad losing to Mike Hardiman, right? He's a 2-time UK national champion, one of the most decorated EU players of all time. So, and he's a name that we've seen at the World Championship many times. He's a player whose name we see in Top Cuts all the time, pretty much every event he goes to. So, it's not really a slight to lose to one of the best, right?
And Pony might be, I mean, respectfully to all the Godzillas out there, Pony's the best aggro deck in the game, in my opinion.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's particularly close. To be honest,
It's hard to
I
argue.
really like
Pony
Pony.
decks work. When the Pony decks work, they do seem unbeatable. They seem unsurvivable. They seem completely, like they're playing a different game. Like they just have a different resource. Those horn counters matter more than just about anything else. And they've added so much compensation for card draw and so much compensation for card pool clearing, that the horn counters are almost free now. We saw it with the Airy Smiles and the Lethal Slash. That did not set Mike Hardiman back basically at all. It set him back one foundation.
Yeah, and the frogs solve her entire problem of I can't find the damage. Well, +3 damage on everything. Hey, you are Godzilla now. You got the horns. You're scary enough. Pony can do a decent Godzilla impression. So there goes Mike to the top 8. And that is going to do it for us. We got no more rounds for the viewers today. We'll pick up with the top 8 tomorrow. If you're watching from the United States, it's going to be very, very early in the morning.
Yep, I am going to go have a birthday lunch with my family, and then I'm going to take a big old nap with my cat. And then I think we're going to come back for Top Cuts tomorrow, and we're going to see who all is going to be fighting it out to be champion of the Alicante, Spain regional. I'm super excited for it. We're going to have Jesse back tomorrow. I hope you guys are super excited for it. Is there anything else we got to cover, David, before we take off here?
Nope. I think that's it. Had a great time today. Always love watching UniVersus. If you came enjoyed, really appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow. And happy birthday.
Thank you.